Hello, and welcome to this, our 86th live stream. 2022, ushering out the year of the dead hard drive. 2022 has been an awful year. It's been a terrible year. It's been a year of health concerns. It's been a year of dead hardware. I want to give a shout out right now to our Patreon subscribers, because you guys basically fund our hardware repairs, and we had a big one, Christmas. On Christmas, our NAS, our network attached storage, had a double hard drive failure. So thanks to our Patreon supporters, they're helping to pay this, again, sacrificially. And we have new drives on the way, and hopefully we will be back in business soon as far as our network-attached storage goes. But fortunately, it was a network-attached storage, and we haven't lost any data yet. So, again, I want to thank our Patreon subscribers. This has been the fourth hard drive failure we've had this year. So that's why 2022 is named Year of the Dead Hard Drive. We've had a war this year with the Ukrainian-Russian war, where the Russian military went from the world's second best military to second best military in the Ukraine. We have had financial instability. There's just been it's just been an awful year. My mother is still not doing well. My dad's not doing well physically. And even my sister has had some serious health concerns this year. So, this has been a pretty crummy year. This has been a really, really crummy year. So, I am glad to see it go. The sooner the better.
We said that about 2020.
Yeah, we also said the same thing about 2020 and 2021 too, and this is just not getting many better. Getting back to happy and positive notes. We are here to take your questions tonight on ancient Egypt and the Bible. The rules are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. We will take some non-super chats. We'll take some at the beginning, and we'll take some at the end of the live stream as well. We also will. We also are going to try our best to cover as many questions as we can, given that we're starting early here, and that's because I had the day off today. So, because I had the day off from my regular day job, I was able to start the live stream here an hour earlier. So, we're hoping for the best. We're hoping for the best. We're being optimistic about it. Or at least Pollyannish. If you're going to put in a non-super chat and you want me to answer your question, do please put a Q and a colon in front of it so I see the question, that I know it's addressed to me and not to someone else in the live chat. And if you ask me a question about the Bible, a verse in the Bible, or a foreign language, I ask you that you give me a little context by way of either telling me the chapter, or the book, the chapter, and the verse, or in the case of a language, tell me what language it's from and what you think it means. So just to give me a little context to help me narrow it down a bit. Okay? Oh, and finally, only post your question once, because that really messes with me as I have to scroll through things. So only post your question once. Okay, so I think that covers all the ground rules that we normally cover at these live streams. So let's get into the questions. We're going to start off with 5 non-super chats today. Our first one here is from Anti-Life Superman. There's a DC world name for you. And he asks, on the Trinity, does the Father alone possess aseity, or does the Son and the Holy Spirit possess it as well? Okay. This is going to depend upon a little bit upon what your view of the Trinity actually is. If you have sort of a more Western Athanasian view of the Trinity, then you would definitely say the Son and the Holy Spirit also possess aseity. Now, we should define what aseity is. Aseity is the idea that God is absolutely independent and self-existence, and has self-existence. He does not depend on anything else for his existence. And the same about his independence. There's also a negative aspect to aseity as well, which means he is uncaused. He has no previous cause. Now, in some branches of Christianity, they don't hold to the idea of an Athanasian view of the Trinity, where all three persons have been self-existent, have aseity going all the way back to before creation. Some views of Christianity hold to the doctrine of eternal generation, which means that before the world was, the substance of the Son spun off from the substance of the Father, and same with the Holy Spirit. So the Holy Spirit and the Son don't have aseity insofar as their substance comes from the Father. They're still fully God, and they are not created, but they are the idea is more that they are spun off. Still part of God, still part of the triune deity, but it's a different mode. It's a different thinking about what the Trinity is, and this is a view that's more popular in Eastern Orthodoxy. So it's going to how you answer this question is going to little depend upon what view you take of the Trinity. Now, I take a more Athanasian view. So, as far as I can look at this, I think the Son and the Holy Spirit also possess aseity, because I think that the three persons of the Trinity were in communion with each other prior to the creation of the world. So anyway, that's my thinking on this. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. The next question here is from Darkblade. And he asks, what is the best case you have ever heard against a historical exodus? Ooh. Ouch. Okay. Now, this one is actually going to sting some people a little. Okay. I'm going to try to say this carefully. I'm going to stumble on this one. Okay. I'm going to stumble on this one. Okay. Because I have a bias here. I'll freely admit I have a bias here. A lot of, say, atheists, when they present their case against a historical exodus, they generally don't do a very good job of it. But their strongest case is when they use the early Exodus date and then say it is unhistorical. It's probably the kindest way to say this, is that the early Exodus date is the best case against a historical exodus. And the reason why is when you start picking it apart, you see how unhistorical the view actually is. Now, of course, I don't hold to an early Exodus date. I hold to a late Exodus date. And I think the evidence there is much, much stronger. And I think the critics have a lot more difficult time assailing that view. And because they have a hard time assailing that view, they tend to go for the low-hanging fruit. You know, the fruit that sort of just fell on the ground and the atheist can just pick it up. It's like, oh, early Exodus date. Ah, you see, I can poke a hole in this. And therefore, you know, there's no Exodus. So, there is... I think there is some something to be said that the best argument against a historical Exodus is the early Exodus date. Of course, if you don't hold to that, then you can Iron Man it. You can Steel Man this a lot easier. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Just a comment to my producer here. Are you answering Charles Cherry? Or are you doing something else? Okay, then I will answer him. All right, I'm just going to take a side thing here first. Just a second. And, okay. Charles Cherry, he asks, where do these questions come from? I don't see them in the live chat. Okay, I'm going to explain this, okay? We actually start taking questions as soon as the tab, as soon as the listing for the live stream goes up. We generally bring this thing up on, the listing up on either Tuesday or Wednesday. And at that point, the live chat is live. And people post questions and super chats on there already. Okay? Now, YouTube times these out. So you're not going to see these questions when we actually go live. But throughout the week, I'm looking at the live stream, live chat, and I'm cutting out questions to ask, to answer. So that way, when we start the live stream immediately, we've got questions ready to go. So you're not going to see them on the live chat because they've already dropped off. They've already timed out. But we intercepted them before the timeout. So that's where these questions are coming from. So I hope that answered the question. Okay? And it should be noted that people can, as soon as we put the listing up, already do super chats and all that. And we take those, again, in order. So I thank you for that question, and I hope that explains it. Okay. And our next non-super chat here is from Camelopard. And he asks, who is the man in Joshua 5, starting in verse 13? Was he Michael, or was this a Christophany? Ooh, interesting question. All right, let's bring up our Bible. Go to Joshua 5:13. Okay. I'll start at verse 13, and we'll actually go to verse 15, because I think that answers the question. And he says, and the word of God says, now it came about that when Joshua was by Jericho, that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man was standing opposite him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, are you for us or for our adversaries? And he said, no, rather, I indeed come now as captain of the host of the Lord. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and bowed down and said, what has my Lord to say to his servant? And the captain of the Lord's host said to Joshua, remove your sandals from your feet, for the place where you are standing is holy. And Joshua did so. Okay. This is a Christophany. This is not the appearance of Michael. This is a Christophany. This is what we would call, for example, Yahweh Sabaoth, the Lord of Hosts. And it's referred to in other places too. And the host here, Sabaoth, is the idea of the heavenly host, the heavenly army of the Lord. Okay? So, this is, you'll see this, the captain of the Sabaoth in verse 14 there. Okay? So this is a divine name. And the fact is, too, we also see further confirmation that this is Yahweh manifesting, because he's being told to remove his sandals because the place where he is standing is holy. You don't see that with just angelic visitations. Angelic beings angels can just appear without there being any holy space. But the Lord, when he appears, he makes the space holy. Like, for example, the burning bush. Moses is told, take off your sandals, for the place you're standing is holy, because that's the manifestation of the Lord. So it's very, very clear here that this is not Michael. This is a Christophany. And again, when we look at, I think it's Isaiah 44, and I think it's verse either 10 or 6 or 10, I can't remember the exact verse, where it says, thus says the Lord, King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord Yahweh. So Yahweh, King of Israel, and Yahweh, and his Redeemer, Yahweh, Lord of hosts, Yahweh of hosts. I am the first, I am the last, besides me there is no God. Okay? So this whole idea that the Lord of hosts is the Redeemer, God's Redeemer, and it is the Christ. So this is definitely a Christophany. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for that question. Fascinating question. It was a very, very interesting question. I really liked this question. Okay. Our next non-super chat here is from Mr. Rich B.O.B. What is your opinion on Moses' heavy tongue mouth? Exodus 4:10. I've always taken it that he was asocial and awkward. R.E. Friedman links it to Ezekiel 3:4-7, believing Moses meant that he did not know Hebrew. Okay. I think Friedman's wrong here. Okay. Now, what Friedman has done is he's used... let's pull up the passage. Okay. Let's first go to Exodus. Actually, let's go to Ezekiel, the comparative passage first, and then back to Exodus. So, Friedman is going to Ezekiel. Take Ezekiel here. 3:4-7. Okay. And Ezekiel says, Then he said to me, Son of man, go to the house of Israel and speak my words to them. For you are not being sent to a people of unintelligible speech or difficult language. Okay. Unintelligible speech. The word here is imach. It means deep or unfathomable, and difficult speech. And this is what that kavod, heavy, slow, people with gravitas. Sometimes it means weighty. Okay. So it's basically saying that Son of man, you're not being sent to a people with a foreign language. Essentially, this is what we call in exegesis restriction. Okay, because what we are dealing with here is when we talk about Hebrew, semantic range of Hebrew is so broad that Hebrew has to qualify things to restrict the meaning. And it often does this through conjunctions like this. So I'm not sending you to... It wouldn't be enough for them to say unintelligible speech, because, that could mean just gibberish. Or a weighty language. Okay, so that restricts the meaning here to basically say, I'm not sending you to a people with a foreign language. That's essentially what he's saying. But he's doing it through a process and a linguistic process called restriction. And verse 6, he does the same thing. Nor to many peoples of unintelligible speech or difficult language, whose words you cannot understand. Okay, now he's qualified it again. He's restricted it, the meaning of the word some more. So he basically... You're not being sent to a foreign country. You're not being sent to a place where the language is unfamiliar to you, but to Israel. And he completes verse 6. But I have sent you to them who should listen to you. They understand you. They understand your context. They understand what you mean. Okay? Now, Friedman is taking this idea of kavod to be that it's necessarily a foreign language. Now, let's get back to Exodus 4:10, and we'll see why Friedman's wrong here. Exodus 4:10. Okay. Now, the context of Exodus 4:10 is that it is he's being sent to Pharaoh. He's being sent to Pharaoh. This whole thing is in context to Exodus 3, where the Lord is sending Moses to Pharaoh. So, I mean, this prima facie interpretation doesn't make sense to begin with, but we'll get to that. Verse 10 says, Then Moses said to the Lord, Please, Lord, I have never spoken eloquently, neither recently nor in past time, nor since thou hast spoken to thy servant, for I am slow of speech and slow of tongue. Now, it's using kavod here twice. Slow, that heavy of speech. He's heavy of speech and heavy of tongue. Okay? So, this is not that he doesn't speak Hebrew. This is not about, in fact, Hebrew isn't even relevant to this passage at all, because he's being sent to Pharaoh. He's being sent to Pharaoh to speak. Now, you might make the case that did he not know Egyptian? Okay, that would make more sense. But in this particular case, Moses grew up in the palace at Avaris. People spoke the local Semitic dialect there, and even Ramses would have known the local Semitic dialect. The fact is also that that Moses would have been familiar with both the local Semitic dialect and the and Egyptian. So the restriction that we see here in the qualifications that we see in verse 10 is basically, it's not just speak, but it's also tongue. Tongue. And tongue not only meaning, I mean, you could stretch it to mean language, but it's already being covered here by mouth. Okay, slow of mouth. So it's really literally saying he's slow of mouth and tongue. So he's having problems forming the words right, is the implication here. So this leads to more of an idea that Moses suffers from a speech impediment. Maybe like stuttering. Or he says the wrong words inadvertently. That happens too. Not that I have any experience with that one. Whew. Yeah, in case my audience hasn't already figured out, I have speech impediments. So yes, I understand Moses' point of view here very, very well. So yeah, Friedman is wrong here. This has nothing to do with not knowing Hebrew. The qualification in Exodus 4:10 is clearly basically that he is the qualification within the verse is that he is not eloquent enough and doesn't have good enough speech skills to make a presentation to the king of Egypt. So that's really what's going on here. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay. Our fifth non-super chat is also from Mr. Rich B.O.B. Okay. And he asks, is it true that the Israelites could not kill, butcher, and eat an animal in their own home? That they could only do so at the tabernacle during the wandering or at a local town altar post-Exodus? No, that's not true. People in ancient Israel these are agrarian communities. They ate what they butchered. They butchered what they ate. They didn't have to go to the town altar. They didn't have to go to the tabernacle to do it. Almost all those verses that mention that they are not permitted to slaughter an animal in their homes deals with ritual offerings. It's almost all deals with ritual offerings. So if you take it out of context, yeah, it can seem that way. Those verses can seem that way. But these are farming communities. You know, they did that all the time. They killed animals to eat every day. Well, not every day, but, you know, many days. So it's not that they couldn't butcher an animal in their home, but if they were bringing in a food offering to the Lord, the live animal had to be brought because it had to be sacrificed in a certain way, and it had to be known how that animal died. Like, for example, I mean, here's the risk. Here's the ritual impurity risk. Okay, which is if you are presenting an animal to the Lord, and let's say it just was dead in the field, you cut it up, you dress it, you know, skin it, bleed it. It's still ritually impure. It's an animal that died of unknown causes, and then you present that meat to the Lord. Wow, I mean, talk about sacrilege. I mean, that's bad. I mean, that's really, really bad. Okay? So there wasn't, I mean, it was ritually impure to touch a corpse. Okay? Ritually impure to touch a corpse. But if you're slaughtering an animal to eat it, you're not making a corpse, you're making food. So that's okay. That's permitted. You are allowed to kill an animal in your residence for the purposes of eating it. So that's not ritual impurity there. But for offerings, they had to know where the animal came from. And it boils right down to that. They have to know the state of the animal. Is it blind? Is it lame? Is it, you know, was it mauled by a bear? You know, you have to know because you're presenting these offerings to the Lord. So almost all of those verses are done in context to the ritual system. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Cool question. And yeah, they could kill and eat it as they wished. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Okay, now we're on to the super chats. And our first super chat of the day is from Cam Britt for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. What was the nature of the devoted things from Jericho, such as the cloak from Shinar and the coins in 721? Now, I had to look this one up because you didn't give me the book. I assumed correctly it's Joshua 721. Were these objects demonic somehow? Okay, let's pull up 721. Joshua 7:21. And this is Aiken's admittal. Okay, he's not confessing he's been caught. He's admitting to a crime. We'll get into exactly what that is. We'll start verse 20 here. So Aiken answered Joshua and said, "Truly I've sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel, and this is what I did. When I saw among the spoil a beautiful mantle from Shinar," that's Babylon, "and 200 shekels of silver, and a bar of gold, 50 shekels in weight. Then I coveted them and took them, and behold, they are concealed in the earth inside my tent with the silver underneath it." Okay. The context of this passage was that when the Israelites crossed over the Jordan River and they sacked Jericho, Aiken here pocketed some of the stuff. The whole city was supposed to be haremmed, burned with fire. Everything was supposed to be burned. Gold, silver, artifacts, the whole 9 yards. It was supposed to be completely burned. And Aiken didn't obey. He pocketed some of the stuff, and then when they went to attack the city of Ai, the attack failed, and some men lost their lives. Because God sees what you do. And God said, hey, you know what? I can't bless this conquest of Ai until you deal with this. So Joshua has to go back to the men who were responsible and say, hey, you know, did you take something? And finally, Aiken confesses. He admits it. So it's not that the devoted things were somehow demonic. They're not demonic per se. The problem here is that they were under the harem. It was all supposed to be destroyed. And what Joshua ends up doing is basically, you know, the whole retribution thing, you know, against Aiken, his family. You know, he gets now included in the harem because he's basically turned his back on God and pocketed a whole bunch of stuff. So they basically take the mantle, the gold, the silver, you know, his family, and, you know, they kill him and burn him because he's included himself in the harem. It's the whole thing with the harem is with regard to the cities that were designated to be burned, is that everything inside of it was to be burned with it. None of it was supposed to escape. So this is an act of faith. This is an act of obedience. And Aiken disobeyed. Okay? So they weren't demonic, but this is an act of disobedience by the Israelites that had to be rectified, had to be cleared up before the conquest could continue. So anyway, that's what's going on there. The harem items were just essentially, they needed to be destroyed. But they were not demonic per se. Okay? So thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay, our next super chat is from Pablos Andre for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Was Satan developed during the Persian period? No. There is some... a lot of this is going to depend on what you mean by Satan. Okay? Now, Satan is a job title. It's a job title. And it means to accuse. Okay? It means to accuse. It's something we only seem to find in, say, the Hebrew Bible. We don't seem to find it outside of the Hebrew Bible, per se. Torn covers this in his Dictionary of Demons as well. And Torn is a liberal critical scholar, so you know he's pretty much would lean towards the Persian period. He thinks the idea of, say, the personification of Satan tends to be 6th century or later. So he would definitely take more of the Persian view on this. But we also see that Satan, as it refers to an accuser of angelic origin, is much, much earlier than that too. We find it in the book of Numbers. Numbers 22:32, when Balaam is riding his donkey, and he encounters that angelic being who basically tells him, hey, if you go this way, you know, why are you yelling at your donkey? You know, don't you know that I am a Satan set against you? That if you should pass here, that I'm to kill you? So we know that the job title is much, much earlier than the Persian period. And while there's some controversy even over, say, the authorship of the book of Job, for example, you know, and I place Job in the Iron Age. I don't place it in the Babylonian period. It does seem to be that that, you know, you also find that continue to be used as a job title in, say, Job 1 and 2. Now, it takes on more of a identification with the devil during the second temple period is when we start seeing that sort of equivalence between Satan and the devil. You find it also in, say, the Book of Chronicles as well. So that's where you really start to see the identification with a malevolent, necessarily malevolent spirit. So it's at that point where, when you finally get into the New Testament, where basically Satan and the devil become synonymous, that it takes on a more, say, personal name, but even in the New Testament, it's still more of a job function. But in the case of, say, the New Testament, the adversarial role here is not so much as a litigant or a prosecutor, but more as a persecutor. So the role of the Satan in the Old Testament is more of an adversary. By the time you get to the New Testament, it's a persecutor, somebody who persecutes the church. Okay, so that seems to be where the trajectory of how Satan develops from an adversarial role. You get the Council of Gods, and he's the lead prosecutor in the Council of Gods in Job. Then in Chronicles, he's a foe against Israel. To finally, we get to, say, the New Testament, where he is synonymous with the fallen angel in the garden. The devil, Lucifer himself. So that seems to be the trajectory. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, our next super chat here comes from Pablos Andre for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Scholars like Bart Ehrman say that heaven, hell are not a first-century Jewish teaching, therefore Jesus did not teach it. For example, he says that Gehenna was just a valley. He states that there's only the final resurrection. Thoughts? He's only sort of right in a very, very limited way. The heaven-hell distinction is definitely not is a late coming to the biblical trajectory here. And what I mean by late here is that it wasn't fully fleshed out. There are hints of it. There's definitely hints of it. Heaven itself throughout the scriptures. Okay, heaven is all through the scriptures. We see it all through the Psalms. We see it all through the prophets. It's even mentioned in the Pentateuch. Heaven is as sort of the abode of God, and that's what we mean here. It's not just the heavens above, but heaven is the abode of God. So that's wrong. In the respect that heaven is not a teaching in the first century. I mean, it definitely is. I mean, that's not even goes without even saying. Hell's a little more tricky. Because there are hints of hell throughout the Old Testament, but it's not so much explicitly saying. You've got aspects of Sheol that are definitely give you the example that there's torment in hell. You also have, I'm going to pull this one up, Isaiah 66, which is probably the most explicit of the Old Testament references. Isaiah 66, what verse is that? I think it's 22. Okay, and Let's see here. Verse 24. Okay. We'll put it in context here. Verse 22. For just as the new heavens and the new earth which I make will endure, there's that heaven, before me declares the Lord, so your offspring and your name will endure. For it shall be from new moon to new moon, and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all mankind will come to bow before me, says the Lord. Then they shall go forth and look on the corpses of the men who have transgressed against me. Rebellious men. For their worm shall die not, and their fire shall not be quenched. For they shall be an abhorrence to all mankind. Okay? So that is why I don't think that the teaching of hell, I mean, essentially by the Second Temple period, we already have a full teaching of hell at that point. So when Jesus uses the word Gehenna, it's more than just a valley. It's more than valley. He's using it symbolically. I also don't think the idea of resurrection, I mean, it's clear that, the Israelites believed in a resurrection by the time of the first century. Now, we're talking here also going to be talking about what sects are going to teach this as well. Because there's more than one sect of Judaism. There's more than one sect of Israelite religion by the first century. Even if it's not, say, categorically stating that there's a difference in their theology, there is. I think it's clear that the Pharisees were much more inclined to believe in a resurrection than the Sadducees, who did not. I mean, the Sadducees, who ran the temple, definitely did not believe in a resurrection. But how that sort of belief in a resurrection fleshes out, I think we do need the New Testament revelation to sort of figure that out, what people of that time believed. So yeah, I think it's very clear that Jesus taught it. I don't think there's any doubt at all Jesus taught it. I mean, we see it in the scriptures. We see it in the Old Testament that there was a heaven and at least a nascent form of hell. We know it from Second Temple period literature that there was an idea of hell. And we also know that people believed in the resurrection. So whether or not there's just one resurrection, that's a point of open debate. So anyway, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and very much appreciate your support of our channel. Okay, now on to Twidget. Okay, our next super chat.
Pablo.
Oh, did he? Oh, if you post something twice as a super chat, don't worry about it. We'll acknowledge the second super chat and appreciate it very much. Thank you.
He gets a free.
Yeah, you get a freebie if you want one. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Our next one here is from Genesis 1:1 for 200, and I'm not sure of the currency there, but thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, I'm new to Bible reading with commentaries. Can you please suggest good Bible commentaries? Thank you in advance. Okay. I've mentioned this before, is the best commentaries are going to depend on what book you're reading. I highly recommend there's two books out there, and I've recommended this before on this channel. So longtime listeners will know this one already. There's the Survey of New Testament Commentaries by D.A. Carson, and then there's a Survey of Old Testament Commentaries by Tremper Longman III. I would recommend you get those two books, and then whatever book you're reading, look it up in those books and figure out which commentaries are going to suit you. because there's going to be some commentaries that are going to suit you better than others. A lot of it's going to depend on what really interests you as you do your Bible reading. Are you going to be looking at more historical commentaries? Are you going to be looking at more exegetical commentaries, which require, say, higher Greek or Hebrew language to really figure it out? There's also the fact that some commentaries are much, much better than others. Not all commentaries are created equal. Now, I will give you there are some series of commentaries I think are better than others too. Like for the New Testament, the word commentaries are excellent. They're very good. But also the New International Commentary of the New Testament is also very good. For the Old Testament, the New International Commentary on the Old Testament is very good. So is the Hermeneia series, even though it tends to be much more of a liberal kind of commentary. I actually really like the Hermeneia series, despite its sometimes liberal leanings. So a lot of it's going to depend on which books you're reading, ultimately, as to what's the best commentaries. There's even, say, some of the best commentaries are outside of all those series altogether. So that is going to... that's actually going to be very, very relevant to what you're saying here. So, again, get those two books, find out what the best commentaries are for whatever you're reading, and then buy those. Pretty simple. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that answered your question.
We'll have a follow-up.
Okay.
He said, can he go over some Bible verses in the Pentateuch? No, there isn't.
Well, that's the thing with the Pentateuch, is it doesn't actually... Okay, I'll read the question here. His follow-up question is, can he go over some Bible verses in the Pentateuch that show that there is an afterlife taught? We don't actually see that so much in the Pentateuch, because the Pentateuch is not interested in the afterlife. Really, it isn't. The Pentateuch is entirely interested in this life. The way I put this is that the Pentateuch tells you how to live Torah, how to live this life, so that the next life isn't so much of a concern. Okay? So it's really more focused on the behavior in this life, how you establish relationship with God. So the Pentateuch doesn't really deal with the afterlife so much. But you are going to find it in the other, say, Old Testament books, as I say, like Psalms, Kings, Chronicles, even the prophets are going to touch on this a lot more. So you're not going to, as I say, you're not going to so much find this in the Pentateuch, but you do get glimmers of it, like for example Exodus chapter 3. Okay. Let me just pull that one up. Exodus chapter 3. 3 verse 6. Where the Lord appears to Moses from the burning bush. And he said also, verse 6, I am the God of your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Okay? It's not, I was the God of your father. I was the God of Abraham, the God of Jacob, the God of Isaac. This is why when Jesus exegetes this passage, he says to the Sadducees, he is not the God of the dead, but the living. Okay? So there is this implication here that God is not the God of the dead, that they're still alive, in the sense that they are in the after, in the next world, and still are the God. God is still the God of these men. So you do get glimmers of it in the Pentateuch, it's just not as explicit as it will be later on. But it's definitely there. So it's probably the key verse from the Pentateuch. Is this one right here? So then the whole idea that God's saying this is saying this in the present tense, not the past. So it does require a little bit of exegesis to sort of pull this out, and Christ's interpretation of this is definitely helpful, because Christ interprets this for us as, say, he's not God of the dead, he's God of the living. And he basically calls him, basically says to the Sadducees, you are in error because you think the dead aren't resurrected. You are in error. So, that I hope gives some insight here. But really, most of the focus of the Pentateuch is on how we live Torah today, essentially. So, thank you for the question. I appreciate that question, and I hope we gave you a little bit of insight here. But again, if you want more of this, you're going to have to go to, say, afterlife references in the other books of the Old Testament, as I say, like Isaiah, like the Psalms. These will be much more explicit about this. Oh, okay. What were those commentaries again? Yeah, I'll type in the answer here. Okay. Word. Commentary. New International Commentary on the... I'm just going to abbreviate New Testament here. And I'll do New Testament / Old Testament. There's 2 commentary series. And then yeah. All right. Okay, so I just put the commentaries in the live chat there. Okay. All right, let's get back to super chats. Okay, our next super chat here is actually from Keith Wise, and he just gives $10. Is there a question associated with that? Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate that. Let me just check to see if there's a super sticker or anything to that. Nope, just a $10 donation, it looks like. Well, if you have a question, we'd be happy to answer it. Very much appreciate all the contributions, and it really helps us, especially this time of year where things can get a little tight sometimes. So, very, very much appreciate. Thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you for support of this channel. Okay. BC for $10 Australian. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat here. Shabbat Shalom, Mr. and Mrs. Falk. Well, Shabbat Shalom to you also. Blessings and thanks to you and yours for all your hard work this year. Well, it's a labor of love. It really is a labor of love. We love doing this. And I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something. A little secret in the inside. I'm a shy introvert. Yeah, I know. I know that's hard to believe. Okay. I'm a very, very withdrawn introvert. The last thing I want to do is actually get on a live stream and start talking, believe it or not. So, these are I approach every live stream and go, do I have to do this again? Oh, because I don't like putting myself out there. I really don't. So, because it's against my nature. But once I get on here and I start getting the questions and I start talking to all my friends here on the live stream, I love it. I absolutely love this. Um, and it turns into a labor of love. Uh, and it is hard work. I will admit it is hard work, and it's hard work. Is there? Uh, it's one of those things where we struggle to get videos up every week just because I have a day job too. But we do really enjoy the results once it's up there. Now he asks, is there any work being undertaken to catalog and index these live streams? Well, that's the problem. Is we did have a volunteer who was doing it for a little while, and then it sort of came to an end. We tried. It takes a lot of time to index these. It takes a lot of time to index these, and I just don't have the time to do it. We just don't. I just don't have the time to index them. We did do some of them indexed. Some of them are indexed, but really early on. But it's just I just don't have the time. Not if I'm trying to do a video release every week. And I'm sorry, we haven't been so good about that in the last 4 weeks. We are going to be filming this weekend. Fortunately, my boss at work gave me a 4-day weekend here, so I've got some time here on to actually do some actual filming for a change. So, but it's we would, as I said, it's something we'd like to do, but we'd probably do it if I had the time to do it. It would be doing it going forward. So, but at this point, there's no plans to do indexing again. Now, we are taking some of these live streams and chopping them up into shorts, taking sort of the best short pieces from the live streams and making them shorts, which has turned out to be very successful. We've been very happy, pleased about the reaction to the shorts. So, I do. We are reusing some of the material, and people are seeing it as shorts, and some of the little shorts have been very controversial, even though most people would never see it if they'd been just on the live stream. So, anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying the. We're really glad you're enjoying the live streams. We are glad you're enjoying the channel, and we appreciate you helping us out financially as well. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I'm sorry we're just not going to be able to probably index these anytime soon. All right. He did. Where's this question? Let me find it here. Okay. Yeah, they didn't come up on Twitch yet. Okay. I'm gonna cut and paste this one because this one did not show up. This question did not show up on my Twitch stream here, so. So I'm gonna have to do this here. Wait just a second as I cut and paste. Okay. It looks like Keith Wise had a question, so we'll pull that up here. And he said, what is the TR and are there more than one? I think you mean Textus Receptus, if I'm not mistaken, but if I'm wrong, correct me. Okay. The Textus Receptus is really a reference to the Greek text that was produced, cobbled together by Erasmus, and then edited by Stephanus. And the Textus Receptus is generally referred to as Stephanus' third edition. it's really just a silly, basically, moniker for Textus Receptus means the received text, whatever you received. That was basically what the King James Committee got was this is what we got. It's basically a way of saying, yeah, that's what we got. It's like, okay. There isn't more than one Textus Receptus as such in the proper use, but there could be many received texts in theory. There could be. But as far as the King James Version is concerned, they're really only talking about Stephanus' third edition. Now, Stephanus went on to produce other editions of the Greek text. He, as far as I recall, he did up to a sixth edition, if I recall right. But those were not used in the production of, say, the King James Version. So there could potentially be more than one. We do know that Erasmus did not use overlapping texts when he cobbled together his Greek edition. And there's just not a lot of sound text critical work that was put into that. So that's really what we're talking about here when we're talking about the Textus Receptus, is Stephanus' third edition, which was initially put together by Erasmus. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and thank you very much for that question. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, and then back to and Pablos Andre for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Did the biblical concept of angels, demons, guardian angels develop from the daimon concept? No, it didn't. It was before that. Now again, we're talking here about job titles. Okay. The term angel, angelos, in the Greek, is malakim. In the Hebrew, malakim. It's in both cases it means messengers. It means messengers, and it's a title. Again, we're talking about job titles. Demons comes from daemonia, which means also agents. Okay. So we do have these ideas of in the case of the Old Testament, the equivalent would be ruach, an evil spirit, an unclean spirit, that sort of thing. Okay, so that would be the Old Testament concept of daemonia. But the idea of daemon is more of a servant or of an agent than it is of a evil spirit. Now, it's going to take on those connotations with the New Testament. Definitely, it's going to take on those connotations, if not earlier. Perhaps late Second Temple period would be where we see these connotations start coming into the literature. But it's not necessarily from the Greek per se, but it is already existent in the culture. We do see already the presence of exorcisms and possessions and that sort of thing already by that point in time. So Hellenism would have probably played some role in this, especially when you get to that late antiquity. But it's not explicitly from that per se. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Another question here, and actually, I'm going to take this non-super chat here in just a second. going to take this non-super chat because I don't want to lose this one. Whatever happened to Stripling and those cursed tablets? Well. Yes, what happened to those cursed tablets? Stripling has said he was going to get these cursed tablets in publication by the end of summer. The end of summer has come and gone. We're now at the end of the year. I don't think publication's gone so well. He did present his findings, including photos, at the NES, which is the Near Eastern Archaeological Society. Basically, a society that's been taken over by the Associates for Biblical Research. And my man on the ground there, he basically communicated to me that this is not looking good. This is not looking good at all. And from the photos I've seen, and I agree, this is not looking good. I have a strong suspicion that his publication did not meet peer review. That it got thrown back at him. And as my producer just said, commented in the corner here, peer review is a brutal process. It's supposed to be brutal.
Just because you're an established name isn't an automatic.
Yeah. Just because you're an established name does not mean you're an automatic in with peer review. It has to hold up. The whole case has to hold water. So what I think is going to eventually happen is that he's going to publish it in the NES journal because he's got a friendly audience there. So that's what I think is going to happen. I think his attempts to have published it in... He had picked an really obscure journal to publish it in. And I think that it's got some... it has some methodological issues in both how the epigraphy was done. I think there is some... There's definitely epigraphic issues. There's definitely epigraphic issues. Just from what I've seen from the photographs, it's almost like they're looking at the clouds and seeing a puppy. Pareidolia. Where you look up the clouds and you see a puppy floating by. Well, there's not a puppy in the clouds. You're just your mind's sort of filling in the blanks. This happens to some epigraphers. And Gershon Galil is one of them that this happens to. So I think there's some real serious problems here with those cursed tablets. It's as I said, not looking good. Not looking good at all. They missed their publication deadlines. We don't know why they missed their publication deadlines. There's now infighting within the translation committee. Peter Van der Veen no longer agrees with Galil. Galil no longer agrees with Stripling. There's a lot of infighting in there. So it's just not looking good. So anyway, I didn't want to let this non-super chat pass without commenting on it because that's the update. It's just looking real bad. Okay. Our next one here is from Pablos Andre for $19.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Scholars have made arguments that it wasn't first century Jewish beliefs. Oh, that's the second one. Okay. So that's a repeat. All right. Well, anyway, thank you. And we did give you the freebie super chat here. So thank you very much for that super chat. But yeah, when you posted it earlier in the week, I did intercept it. I did catch it. So, just because it falls off on the live chat doesn't mean we didn't get it. Okay. So I very much appreciate this. Thank you very much for the super chat. And thank you for your contributions to this channel. Okay. Robert Laird for $4.99. Thank you very much. I can't think of a good question. Just wanted to express my support. Hope you had a Merry Christmas. Well, thank you very much. I hope you had a Merry Christmas too. It wasn't the merriest Christmas I've ever had. I'll say that. As I said earlier, and my parents are seriously sick, so this has not been the most. This has not been the best Christmas ever. And plus, the double hard drive failure was just a Christmas present I could have done without. Yeah, what I bought myself for Christmas was 2 new hard drives.
Getting yourself an ironing board.
It's like getting yourself an ironing board for Christmas. Just not the funnest gift. So anyway, yeah, this is this has been one of those. This has been a tough year. It's been a very, very tough year. But with that said, though, I want to really, really thank you for your support, and I hope you had a great Christmas. I hope you have a great New Year. I hope 2023 is better. Okay, I'm really hoping 2023 is better. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. Australopithecus afarensis for $1.99. Do you accept humans evolved from apes? Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And I have no comment on this regard. Honestly. I'm not sure of how this actually goes together, honestly. Now, it's not that I haven't read all the scientific literature here, or at least a good portion of it. There was one time in my life where I was really, really interested in evolution. The idea of becoming an evolutionary biologist was really interesting to me. So I had read a lot of work on this. But I don't, today, I sort of stay out of the whole origins thing. For several reasons. One, it doesn't really play into the work I do as an Egyptologist and a Bible scholar. It's basically come to I've come to the conclusion that, it's really talking about Genesis is really talking about something different than, say, the scientific paradigms of, either evolution or old earth creationism, however you want to do it. And I tend to stay away from scientific opinions regarding evolution, mostly because they tend to change fairly rapidly. When I was in undergrad, which was about 30 years ago, there was a very slim. I mean, the human tree was basically you had the Australopithecus, say afarensis, and then you went to Homo habilis, and then that sort of you got Homo erectus, and then Homo neanderthal, and then you ended up being with Homo sapien, archaic, and then Homo sapien sapiens. It was a very sort of linear family tree, as it were, of ancient hominids. Well, today, it's a virtual hominid bush. I mean, it's not a family tree; it's a family bush. I mean, you've got so many divisions of hominid and Australopithecine species that you need a dance card to keep track of it all. Homo habilis is not even considered its own species anymore. It's now considered to be a catch bucket of all sorts of different things. It's just crazy. I mean, it's just absolutely crazy. So it's like, how do you make sense of this? Homo sapiens are now divided into Homo sapien Neanderthal, Homo sapien Archaic, and Homo sapien sapiens, and they're all considered Homo sapiens. just subspecies. There's so many Australopithecines now. You just can't figure out which ones are which anymore. So, how do I accept humans evolved from apes given that sort of family bush? And then what do I make of that evolution? Do I accept that prima facie? Do I accept that on say a different terms? Is there divine intervention involved in this in any way? Is it a purely naturalistic? It's a complex question. It's a really, really complex question. And even if there was from say primate to hominid evolution, what do you ultimately, what does that actually mean for being human? What does that actually mean? What does that infer about humanity itself? So it's not a simple question. It's really not a simple question. So that's why I sort of generally stay out of this. I generally stay out of this because you just can't make sense of it. We're not there yet. I think if anything, is it conceivable? Sure. Is it conceivable? Sure. I mean, I can't see any reason why not. Does it affect the biblical text in any way? Not really. But then again, too, you've got these people out there who think, special creation for everything and 6,000 years ago, and then, the atheists make mincemeat of them, and they flip into atheists. So, that's so. At that point, I'm just going to have to say, okay, I'm not. This is not my bailiwick. This is not my wheelhouse. I'm just going to stay out of this for at least until the situation becomes a lot more clear. And right now, I'm not comfortable that the situation is clear here. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay. Cataphract 3 for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Any thoughts on the neo-documentary hypothesis? It's not much better than the old documentary hypothesis. I'm not a huge fan of redaction criticism. Never have been. I think almost all forms of redaction criticism can be explained other ways, such as scribal practices, or retrojections. So I don't see a lot of justification for any sort of documentary hypothesis. This is not to say I don't think this is not to infer that I don't think the text was updated. I do think the text was updated. I mean, clearly spelling and grammar were updated. But this is fairly normal too for ancient documents. And we see this in Egyptian documents, where Middle Kingdom documents are updated for spelling and grammar, in New Kingdom copies. So, I'd have to look more into the neo-documentary hypothesis, because I don't know that. I mean, if we're talking about Joel Baden's version of the documentary hypothesis, it's not much different than the old one. It's just moving the goalpost. So, so with that said, it was just like, okay, is it still necessary? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we need a documentary hypothesis. I think there are, theories of textual updating that are much more satisfactory. So it's kind of like trying to breathe life back into a corpse. Yeah, it's documentary hypothesis is dead. It should be dead anyway. Now, whether what's better, what ultimately, takes its place is better is a whole different question. Okay. But, yeah, I don't I don't know enough about the neo-documentary hypothesis to comment it much further than that. Other than I think the old one's pretty garbage. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, historical strategy gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Since 2022 is nearly over, what are your top 3 archaeological findings of the year? Also, Happy New Year, everybody. Ooh, I don't know. I have never thought about. I haven't thought about what the top 3 are for the year. Let me just take a quick look at something here. See if I can pull up. Let's see here. Playlists. Okay. All right. I think the discovery of the ancient cheese. That was a pretty good one. Okay. Okay. Um, the discovery of the ancient halloumi cheese was, I think, a very good find this year. The This was more of a year of bad finds than good finds. And what I mean is that finds that weren't well supported. The ones that were really sort of grabbed the headlines this year were sort of junk archaeology. I think the Mount Ebal tablet, the cursed tablet, the little amulet, I think that was a good find, done by a very bad team. Okay, it's a good find by a bad team. I think that cursed tablet is important. That cursed amulet is important. I don't think that the team doing it is responsible in the slightest. I think they're deeply, deeply an irresponsible team that is so biased for the early access date that they will twist the data to get that no matter what. Because without that, ABR goes down the tubes. So it is unfortunately an important find by an irresponsible team. So I would say that the Mount Ebal amulet is important. The other thing is that, as I said, that finding of the cheese, that was excellent. But we also had a lot of irresponsible finds this year too. You know, people who went right to the press rather than to peer review, and those sort of dominated the headlines this year. Like for example, Martinez's 23rd claim of finding the tomb of Cleopatra. You know, that wasn't serious archaeology. That was her trying to renew her license yet again. The same with Gershon Galil's Jerusalem curse plaque. You know, that was dreadfully bad. Dreadfully bad. In Galil's case, he's a has-been who is searching for relevance. He's searching for relevance. You know, after he sort of, you know, no longer became associated with Yadin because of Yadin's death, he was sort of drifted into the obscurity of the field. And rather than go down gracefully, he decided to go down kicking and screaming. And burning his own reputation in the process. So it's been a tough year for archaeological finds. we're going to have to wait. I think 2023 is going to be a better year for archaeology, just because things are going to open up again in 2023. They did this year, but it was sort of past the time of where we get a lot of fines reported. So publication is tends to be very slow unless somebody goes to the newspapers. So because we had that hiatus for 2020 and 2021 on archaeological digs, any digs that happened this year in 2022, we're not going to hear about really until 2023. So don't expect. There's not going to be much. There wasn't. We shouldn't have expected much this year anyway. So anyway, I want to wish you a happy New Year. Thank you very much for the super chat. But yeah, 2023 is going to be better. We're going to get more We're going to get more reports in 2023. Okay. Catfrax 3 for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In Ruth 3, where Ruth lays at Boaz's feet, is there a euphemism at play here? I heard it both ways. It's not a euphemism for sex, if that's what you're driving at. It's a euphemism for... It's a negotiation. What's happening in Ruth chapter 3 is that she's basically doing a submissive act, essentially. Basically saying, hey, I'm up for marriage if you are. Okay? So she's basically saying, hey, okay, you know, this is a good match. You're a well-heeled man in his 50s. I'm still, a woman in her 30s. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. Let's do this thing. So there's nothing in there that I would say is a euphemism for say a sexual congress. But I think it is within like the culture a act of saying, this is my intent. It's a euphemism of intent, not a euphemism of sexual act. So she's basically, doing the act within their culture that would have said, hey, I'm making a marriage proposal. I'm making a marriage proposal. She doesn't have her father there. Her father's dead. Her father's dead. She can't make the proposal. There's no one to act in her interest. So she has to take the next step on her own. So this is and frankly, she's kind of too old to be considered by the matchmakers either. So she has to do it on her own, or because no one else is going to do it for her, and that's how she does it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that brought some clarity to this. Thank you very much. It's an interesting question, but it's really a way of proposing. Okay. Pablos Andre for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you believe in the intercession of the saints? I presume here you mean dead saints, not living saints, as in those who have passed on to the next life. I personally think that the saints fill the role of cheerleaders, honestly. Now, I understand the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox arguments for this. Okay? I don't necessarily agree with those arguments. Okay? I think there's I have some. Let me put it this way. I think it is possible to communicate to the saints. I think it's definitely possible. I just don't think it's all that beneficial when it comes right down to it. Because and my view on this is really comes down to the attributes of God. Is that I'm a strong believer in the immutability of God. God doesn't change. He is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. He does not change his mind. Okay? And I think that the purpose of prayer is not so much to change God's mind, because other than that, you're getting down. If we start asking God for, oh, I need a new car, I need a new this, I need a new that. I mean, yes, we do bring our needs to God, but it becomes almost as Paul said, where our prayers become like idolatry, where covetousness takes control of our prayers. And in that way, we can make we can turn prayer into idolatry. Idolatry in at least in the respect that we are using prayer to meet our ends. A more appropriate view of prayer is that prayer is the idea that we communicate with God so that God changes us. That we are the end product of the prayer, not God. And that God changes us so that our view and our perspective is in alignment with God's. So we're the end product of the prayer, not the stuff. So if we are the end products of prayer, our changed hearts and minds, the intercession of the saints actually would play a relatively little role in that if there's any intercession there at all. Because their hearts and minds are already in alignment with God's thinking. That's part of the process of sanctification and glorification. Part of the sanctification and glorification of the saints is that their hearts, our minds are already in confirmation with Jesus Christ. They are conformed to the image of Jesus Christ already.
It's not Dutch.
Yeah, it's and the other say crazy extreme of this is, say, for example, that like Dutch Sheets' idea of prayer, where you have to fill a prayer bowl, and when your prayer bowl is full, then God gives out to you.
So the more people pray.
So the more people that pray for you, the more that bowl is full, and then God does his thing. No, God doesn't work like that way. God is utterly sovereign. Yes, he has timing for things, but no more future amount of prayer is going to change what God feels about a particular issue.
If you're getting no response, that's where you start looking at, is this in God's will?
So the flip side of this is if God is saying continuously no to your prayers, or not yet, you have to ask, is this prayer within the purview of God's will? So, there are things that God does because, God says no to prayer for a variety of reasons. He says no to prayer all the time. I mean, I think every teenage boy at some point goes, "Dear God, I want to have her." I'll do anything, God. Just give me her. Please give me her. And God says no. And then you meet again at a high school reunion 20 years down the road, and you say, "Thank you, God, for saying no." So, I think the idea of the intercession of the saints does come. There's nothing that say rules out the intercession of the saints per se, other than there's a distorted view of prayer that sort of plays into it. Can it happen? Sure. Is it beneficial? I kind of doubt it. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Australopithecus afarensis for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think the Moses Shapira scroll is authentic? I haven't looked into this all that deep. Uh, when I did read a brief news release on this, and my first thoughts is that it's probably not authentic, but I don't have any. But that's just a vague recollection of what I've read. I'd really have to read up on this more to make a determination. But from what I gathered, it was found on the antiquities market, and that's always a bad sign to begin with. But that's, again, what I remember. I might be completely wrong here. But I don't think it was. I don't think it was actually done, found on a dig or anything like that. So I'm going to have to defer comment on this until I actually do a little more reading on it, because again, I haven't done the reading. So anyway, that's about all I can say on this right now. But again, from what I remember reading about it, I wasn't impressed. But again, my memory doesn't plays tricks on me sometimes too. So take that for what it will. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Keith Wise for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the Septuagint, the LXX, only found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, or is it found in other Greek manuscripts also? Yes, it is actually found in other Greek manuscripts also. The Septuagint is not actually limited to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Now, we do find readings of the Septuagint in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but it isn't limited to the Dead Sea Scrolls. In fact, that there is a couple versions of the Septuagint that have been handed down through history, that have been preserved in, say, historical texts. So, the Septuagint is not just limited to the Dead Sea Scrolls. There is several copies of the Septuagint, so I would encourage you to have a look at those if you are interested in the Septuagint. But we also, as I said, do find fragments of the Septuagint in the Dead Sea Scraps also. Dead Sea Scrolls. Also. Okay? But it is a bona fide manuscript that has been passed down through the centuries. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that answers your question. Okay, our next super chat here is from Lou for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is the Aramaic Targum a credible source? Okay. Let's talk about Targumim, because it's a very, very interesting topic all on its own. What a Targumim is basically a kind of ancient commentary. And it was a commentary that was really, really popular around the turn of the Anno Domini millennia. Okay? So, it is actually a really good source in some ways. If you're doing text critical work, you will use Targumim. Now, the way it does its commentary is really interesting, which is that it basically takes the Bible, and then as it goes through the text, it will amplify the text by adding interpretive glosses. And sometimes it'll add very, very large pieces of interpretive glosses. Like, I'm going to pull up an example. I'm not. This is not a real Targumim, so don't quote me on this. But I'll give you a way of sort of how Targumims work. Okay, so I'm going to pull up the Bible here to Genesis 1:1. So you might see a Targumim that looks something like this. In the beginning, before man ever walked the face of the earth, or before the angels were created, or before there was a single thing in the sky, God created through his divine might and power the heavens and the earth upon which we stand. Okay? So what I've given you here is Genesis 1:1 as a Targum, where you're basically adding interpretive glosses in the middle of the biblical texts. Okay? So, this raises a few questions as far as what's the credibility of these sources. Okay? Now, as commentary, as a historical commentary, yeah, you can say it's credible. In that people did once believe these things that we do find in the Targum. We also, as I said, it's also a important source if you do text critical work also, because it preserves a certain reading of the original biblical text, which is really important. This is really, really important. So we don't throw out Targum, but what we do is we have to sort of parse what is the original text that the Targum is using versus what is the interpreted glosses being inserted in the text. Now, the credibility of those glosses is going to vary. Sometimes they're going to be good interpretations. Sometimes they aren't. And each one's going to be, mileage will vary. And they are very much contemporary to the particular time in which they were produced. So they're an important historical source. Especially if you do work in historical theology. If you do work in historical theology, the Targum glosses will be more important to you than the original biblical text. If you do text critical work, the original text is going to be much more important than the glosses. So that's sort of the long and the short of it here, is that they're an important source. Targum are an important source. They're an important source for text critical work. They're an important source for historical theology work. The glosses will vary as to how credible or how useful they are, because some of them do go off the deep end, admittedly. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Okay. Gabe K for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. What do you find to be the strongest case for the resurrection of Jesus? Thank you for all the work you do. Well, you're most welcome. I do very much love doing this work. Okay, now understand, I am not a New Testament scholar. The New Testament is where I'm perhaps the weakest, to be very, very honest. New Testament work is a specialization, and it's not a specialization I'm particularly strong at. Now, keep in mind that most of my training in the New Testament came during my Masters of Divinity. So I have done some work in the New Testament, but again, not my strong suit. So as such, I'm not that familiar with the evidences for the resurrection. I believe in the resurrection, but I also am not, as I say, there might be better evidences than this. But what my thought is that the strongest case for the resurrection is the fact that people saw him walking around. Essentially. We do know from, say, the early church fathers, particularly in the records of, say, Eusebius, that there were accounts of people actually have seen Christ risen from the dead. Okay? Now, when we look at, say, a historical case, there's things we can comment on with a historical case and other things that I think are that we need to sort of shy away from if we're making a historical case. And I think Mike Licona has done a fairly good job of this, where he sort of does the separation between what's a religious or spiritual matter, a theological matter, versus, say, what's a historical matter. I think that we have, I mean, the whole thing, what did Jesus exist? I think, yeah, that's a historical question. That's a historical question. And, you know, I think it's quite evident that Jesus, the person, existed. Was he born? Did he die? Was he crucified? I think there's good historical evidence for all of that. Did people see him walk around alive after the crucifixion? That's also a historical question. And I think there's good enough testimonial work, or I should say works, that attest to that. So, any other matter, I think, when you start getting into other things, such as, was he God, or that sort of thing, those are now you're getting into spiritual, theological questions. And then you have to separate that case from the historical case. So, that for me, for example, though, the whole, say testimonies of people seeing the resurrected Christ, I think is perhaps for my money, that's probably the strongest evidence for resurrection. Because if people see you walking around, yeah, there's some implication that there was a resurrection. Okay. Now, at some point, I'm thinking of doing a Mr. Empty Conjecture show, where various points of view try to explain away the resurrection of Christ, or explain you get some pretty odd theories out there. You have the swoon theory, where Christ wasn't really dead, thrown into a cold tomb, and that woke him up. You have the identical twin theory, where guy says, one twin of Christ got crucified and the other took his place. No evidence for any of that, but there are people out there who do believe it because that's more believable to them than a resurrection. Then you got the mythicists, where there was no Jesus at all. It was just a bunch of myths that were cobbled together. That doesn't explain the early writings of the church, and some of those writings are really early. Some of those writings are so. I mean, some of those writings are before the New Testament canon even closed. Our earliest church father is 90 A.D. That's before the closing of the canon. So yeah, at some point I'm thinking of that's going to be one of our Mr. Empty Conjecture shows, is the various theories, the crackpot theories of the resurrection. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Pablo Andres is from 199. Thank you for refuting Kool-Aid and Kip Davis. Yeah, Kip's still angry about it. Kool-Aid has calmed down a lot. I have to admit, he's actually sort of taken it in his stride. He's been a lot. I mean, Kool-Aid knew he threw the first punch, and he's chilled. He's chilled. So I have no hard feelings against Kool-Aid at all. Kip is still obnoxious. He's still obnoxious. He tries to take in cheap shots wherever he can. He keeps looking like a dope every time he does this. So And he made us a cheap shot just recently regarding the last live stream, and we got a lot of new subscribers out of it. In fact, I hope Kip still continues to do it. You know, he takes his cheap shots. I get much more subscribers. I get more money. I think this works. No, he takes cheap shots. I get paid. I like this arrangement. keep taking the cheap shots. Don't throw me in the briar bush.
Did you get Pablo?
Did I get Pablo Andres above that for 4.99? I don't think we've gotten to it yet. Oh, okay. No, that didn't show up. All right, okay. Yeah, it's skipping some of the chats tonight. Yeah. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat. Very, very much appreciated. And we're going to go on to your next one too, with your previous one. So let me just get to that. Okay. Okay. And all right, our next one is from Pablo Andres again for 4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is it true that archaeologists found something linked to Balaam in the book from the Book of Numbers? Just something I heard around the YouTube sphere. Yes, it is actually true. There was a text that was found that is called the Balaam inscription. Okay, don't know if I can pull it up here or not, but yeah, the Balaam inscription. It's also called the Deir Allah inscription, and it's not a new discovery. It was discovered in 1967, and it is it's not a Hebrew inscription. Okay, that's the other thing. It's a Northwest Semitic inscription. It was found in Jordan, and it mentions a prophet by the name of Balaam, who basically could communicate with the gods. Okay, and it actually specifically calls him Balaam's son of Beor. So there is a one-to-one equivalence here. So, yes. Now, the problem with the text, the only problem we have with the text is it's very, very late. I think it dates to the 7th century BC. Let me just look up to see if we can find what the dating on this is. As I recall best, it's about 500 years after the events. So yeah, that would be about right. About the 7th century, 7th or 8th century BC. So it's about 500 years after the events. But it does provide at least some evidence that Balaam was a historical figure, and historical figure that wasn't necessarily connected with Israel. That he was somebody who worked in the area of Moab, Edom, and Ammon. So that, as I said, this is very, very suggestive because it was found in Jordan. It does name Balaam, son of Beor, and it says he was a prophet. So it's not strong evidence. It's not strong. I mean, it's strong in the respect that at least we're talking about a historical figure here. It's not so strong in the fact that we wish it was more contemporary to the time of say the conquest. So, yeah, as I said, it's late. It's late for this particular record, but it's fascinating too. Really, really fascinating. It does give extra biblical evidence for Balaam, son of Beor. So, in that respect, that's very exciting. That's very exciting that it is extra biblical evidence. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that that's provided some insight here. Okay. Okay, get Twitch back on here. All right, here we go. Pablos Andre for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, how was Moses able to change God's mind? Well, he really didn't. Basically, what God did was, the text says he relents, and the most notable example of this is at the golden calf, where Moses basically says to God, whose anger is kindled against the children of Israel, and he wants to take it out. He's angry. And then Moses says to God, hey, these are your people. You brought them out. If you wipe them out, they'll, I mean, God didn't say he was going to wipe them out, but God's angry with them. He's angry. And Moses says, no, but, have mercy on them. Have mercy on them. Have pity on them. And God relents. God relents. Moses didn't actually change God's mind. God just deferred what he was going to do. Now, relent is a very tricky word here because it's not repent. It's not changed his mind. It's more of a slackening that God's not going to do what he's going to do at that moment, but he will do it in the future. This is sort of this whole issue of deferring is something that's very interesting about God, because it's not actually that God's going to change his mind at any one point. It's more along the lines that he's waiting to do what he's ultimately going to do. This is a very, very important concept in biblical theology, because if God was in the presence of evil, God's going to wipe out evil. But if he does it right then and there, he'll wipe us all out. Okay? This is a problem. If you want to show mercy, if you want to be that kind of God, you can't just instantaneously do what you're going to do in the moment. We're in Exodus 3, God says he's long-suffering. That's one of the attributes of God too, is that he is merciful and long-suffering, which means he doesn't act immediately on evil. We also see this, for example, in the parables, like the wheat and the tares, where the evil man goes and he sows tares among the farmer's wheat, and the tares grow up among the wheat. And the servants say, "Hey, your enemy has come in and he sowed tares among the wheat. What do we do? Do we pull them all up?" And the farmer says, "No, don't pull up the wheat. Let the tares grow up with the wheat, so that we so that we don't pull up any wheat by mistake, by accident. Okay, this is that deferring of judgment. And then the farmer says, at the time of threshing, the tares will be taken out first and burned, and then the wheat collected into the storehouse. Okay. So what happens in the case of Moses here, especially at the golden calf, is he asks God to relent. God defers. Moses implements his judgment, which is, he kills like 3,000 people. And then God, basically does what he does afterwards, and it's like 600. God's judgment wasn't as severe as Moses's. God didn't change his idea of judgment. He just deferred it. So he never changed God's mind, but he also made sure that Moses was doing things in the direction that God wanted them to go. So anyway, that's what's going on here. I hope that made sense. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Thoughts on the airburst findings regarding Sodom and Gomorrah? The high temperatures alleged seem to suggest some event, but is the methodology sound? Okay. Thank you very much for that super chat. Yes, this is Steve Collins' excavation at Tel El Haman. I think this finding is garbage. Okay, I think this finding is garbage. For several reasons, I think the methodology is terrible. I think the methodology here is absolutely terrible. Experts in, say, geology have basically said there's no evidence here for an airburst. The high temperatures alleged are not as high as we find at, say, other sites like Gezer and Megiddo. So I think that Collins has really overstated the evidence at Tel Haman. It's not as high as others. I've seen some bad reading of stratigraphy at Tel Haman. I think also the fact that they aren't releasing their raw data to anyone who doesn't agree with their findings is terribly problematic. And here's another team that just goes right to the presses. Now, in the case of that airburst finding, which was actually done in a peer-reviewed journal, Nature, the peers didn't care for it. Yes, he got it through the peer review process, but that's not the end of the process. The peer review process doesn't end with publication. That's just the beginning of the process. Okay? Once you publish, then you really get peer-reviewed. And, boy, did the peers have a heyday with that one.
And if they thought your debate with Kennedy was not gracious, these people have never been peer-reviewed.
Yeah. As my producer beside me just said, if the viewers who saw my debate with Titus Kennedy thought I was ungracious and unkind and mean, they've never seen real peer review. I mean, wow, they tore stripes off of this thing. It was so bad as far as the reaction from the peers that Nature was considering it for retraction. They had found problems with the data. Essentially, some of the data had been modified to get the result they wanted. They had taken graphs from other researchers and they changed them. That's a no-no. That's a bad thing. So, yeah. there's a lot of stuff here that's really, really cringe about that whole excavation at Tel El-Haman. There's even been some problems of legalities, such as Collins allowed his excavators to take home pot shards from Tel El-Haman. Well, that site's in Jordan. Jordan antiquity laws are very strict. You can't take home pot shards from Jordan. That's illegal. That's a no-no. So I really think that there's a lot of problems here with that whole excavation. Uh, it's never had proper publication. Never had proper publication. And we'll never be able to verify that data because he just won't release it to anyone who disagrees with him. That's really putting the horse before the cart, because the whole idea is you want to examine the data so you can actually make some real decisions as to whether or not the conclusions are justified by the data. So this is not panning out. This is just not panning out. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay. And we got one more super chat here, and then we'll go to some non-super chats. 12345 Sushi for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Any idea what kind of acacia trees the first temple ancient Israelites used? I am not sure they used acacia in the first temple. I thought they used cedar. Let's see here. Yeah, they didn't use acacia trees in the first temple. So they used cedar, and that cedar came from Lebanon. Acacia trees were used at the in the tabernacle. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly the species of it. I'm not a botanist, but the there are a couple of varieties of cedar that grow in Lebanon. There's also some varieties, more than one variety of acacia trees that grow in the Sinai, or used to grow in the Sinai. They don't grow there anymore, but they used to grow in the Sinai. There was actually several varieties of trees that used to grow in the Sinai. Acacia is just one type. There used to also be almond trees and what's it now? Olive trees. That also, I think, olive trees also used to grow in the Sinai. But for the tabernacle, they used acacia. That's probably because it produced the largest planks. But I can't tell you exactly what species of acacia it is. I'm not a botanist, so that was. But we do find that the Egyptians also used acacia for these purposes as well. They used it for furniture. They used it for coffins. They also used it for, say, funerary biers, which are actually larger than coffins. We also know that they used acacia wood on, say, the Red Sea boats, like those 30-foot long boats that they found at where was it now? On the Red Sea port. I can't remember the name of the port right now, but during the construction of the pyramid of Khufu, they had boats on that side of the Red Sea, and that's where we find those Red Sea papyri. And those boats were 20, 30 feet long, and they used planks of acacia wood. So very, very long planks. But again, sorry, not a botanist. I can't give you the scientific name of the acacia species involved. So but we do know that they were big. They were big trees. And that's because the whole area was a savanna. The whole area was a savanna at the time. So anyway, I hope that answered your question, at least to some extent. Again, not a botanist. Can't give you the exact species. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, that's the last super chat. Let's get to some non-super chats here. Woo! Okay. So going back here. Let's start from the beginning and scan down. Okay, keeps learning. We've got a non-super chat here. And he goes, I still don't get why scholars say Abram was an Amorite, when Genesis 14:13 says he was a Hebrew on the other side of the river. What was the evidence that he was an Amorite? Okay, it comes from where he descends from. Now, the Bible also says he was an Amorite, or at least infers it. Okay. I'll look this up here. Okay. Now, we see this in Ezekiel 16, where I'll pull this up here, and this is some of the reason why scholars do. Not the complete reason, but some of the reason. They say, thus says the Lord God of Jerusalem, your origin and your birth are from the land of the Canaanite. Your father was an Amorite, and your mother was a Hittite. Okay. Okay. Now, that's sort of the biblical warrant for it. But there's also the archaeological warrant for it as well, which is because Abraham comes from the area of Haran. Not Haran, sorry. Ur. Ur of... the biblical text says Chaldees. It's probably Ur-Kesh. Okay. It's probably Ur-Kesh, which is in northern Mesopotamia, where between the rivers Euphrates and Tigris. And that area was occupied by Amorites. So it's very, very likely that Abraham was an Amorite. We also know this too because of the names that we find in the Bible, those, quote, Hebrew names, are something called Amoritic imperfective names, like Israel. Okay? It starts off with an imperfective verb and ends with a theophoric element. El being God. These are a type of names that is very, very specific, at least as having originated from Amoritic dialects. Okay? So there's actually several converging pieces of evidence here that suggest that Abraham was, at least ethnically speaking, an Amorite. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. As far as Genesis 14:13 saying he was a Hebrew, that is a... how do I say this? At the time of Abraham, there was no Hebrew ethnicity. There was no Hebrew ethnicity. It's probably a Hebraization of the term Hapiru, which means a sojourner, wanderer, bum, mercenary, basically a social outcast. A social outcast. So, at the time, if we were to say that this was an ethnicity, we would be using an anachronism here. So, the Genesis 14:13 is not using this in the sense of being an ethnicity, because the ethnicity of being a Hebrew didn't exist yet. Remember, Abraham is not of one ethnicity, apart from being Amoritic. He's going to be the father of many nations. Some of them are going to be Hebrews. Some of them are going to be Moabites. Some of them are going to be Edomites. Some of them are going to be Kenites. Some of them are going to be Midianites, Ishmaelites. So, he's the father of many nations. And he's not going to be, he's not Hebrew in the sense of it being an an ethnicity. In fact, the term Hebrew doesn't even become an ethnicity until the Iron Age, really. So I think it's pretty clear. I think the scholars here are well justified in saying that Abram was an Amorite. And even I hold to this view. I think he was an Amorite also. So anyway, with that said, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay, let's see if there's more here. Pablos Andre asked the question, what's your favorite gospel to read out of the four? I like John. Okay. My favorite gospel is the Gospel of John. I love the high theology in John. I love the whole, how it's arranged. I just love the book of John. For me, I like John. I sympathize with John. So, it's John's the gospel writer I most relate to. So, that whole, apostle who loved the Lord. I really resonate with that. So for me, this is what I resonated with, and sort of, if I want to just read the Gospels, I usually just go back to John. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. That's a personal question, but, don't mind answering some of those. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Acrylus asks, why does the Jerusalem Bible say that Sodom and Gomorrah is in the southern side of the Dead Sea? Because it was.
That's a direct answer.
Here's the thing: when you have the Battle of the Kings, okay, they're coming from Gaza. So they're when they do their invasion, they're coming down through the Fertile Crescent, down through Judea, and they eventually take a stop at Gaza. Okay. Now, when they attack Sodom and Gomorrah, they're cutting across the Negev from Gaza to do their attack. It's when they encounter the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, encounter that coalition of Mesopotamians, and then they have to run. They run away from Sodom and Gomorrah, abandoning Sodom and Gomorrah, and run into the tar pits. Now we know where those tar pits are. That we might not know where Sodom and Gomorrah are, but we know where the tar pits are, because they're still there today. They're in Jordan. They're kind of say if we put Sodom and Gomorrah in the southern part of the Dead Sea, southern side of the Dead Sea, you can do a sort of, you go northeast. You take that northeast vector from that sort of the southern tip of the Dead Sea, and you hit those tar pits. And those tar pits are much closer to the southern end of the Dead Sea than they are to the northern part of the Dead Sea. There's a logistical problem if we had to say that that coalition of Mesopotamians come around the north. You could experience an extreme problem here if Sodom and Gomorrah is in the north extremity of the Dead Sea. The first problem is if the Mesopotamians come from the south and they're going around the back end of the eastern side of the Dead Sea, and they encounter, say, a northern Sodom and Gomorrah, they're actually then, and that route takes place, the whole idea that they would have to then run south into the army of the Mesopotamians to reach the tar pits, you run away from your foe, not through them. The second issue is, if the Mesopotamians come from Gaza and go north down. They cross, go around the Jordan in the north and come down from the north. Where, okay, if they run, then they run south. They got a long ways to run to reach those tar pits. Awful long ways. I don't think that the Mesopotamians would be pursuing a defeated army that far down before sacking Sodom and Gomorrah. It sort of defies credulity here. So I do think it's much more likely that Sodom and Gomorrah are on the southern side of the Dead Sea. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Great question though, but it's the biblical account that really sort of tells us why it's on the southern side. Okay, I see some more super chats here, so we'll pick them up. Okay, next one here is from the Camelopard for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Shabbat Shalom. Well, Shabbat Shalom to you too. Is the belief that those who didn't hear the gospel in life will be given a chance to accept Jesus on Judgment Day in the Bible? That is the missionary question. Wow. Well, I'll say this. The Bible does not exclude the possibility. Okay? The Bible does not exclude the possibility that those who do not hear the gospel are necessarily condemned to hell. We do know that the grace of God is bountiful. It's very, very bountiful. And the impediment to salvation is a low bar indeed. It's a very low bar. Now, with that said, we are all guilty and all fallen. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And none of our good works will get us salvation. If there is a chance post-mortem to accept Jesus, it's because of the grace of God. It's abounding grace. So I would suggest here that this is one of those areas where we're not sure, but we are sure that those who rebel against God will not get that chance. That much we're sure. So what we're talking about here is an edge case. Edge case of those who didn't hear and those that didn't reject. If those that didn't hear and those that didn't and frankly, most of the people who throw up this objection that God just throws you into hell because you sinned, it's more than that. It's really more than that. It's really, do you accept that Christ sacrificed for your sins? That's really what this is all about. Salvation and say judgment are based entirely upon, do you accept Christ as the payment for your sins? If that answer is yes, then it doesn't matter if it's in this life or the next life, you are saved. If it is no, then you are not saved. You're paying the price for your own sins. So when exactly that sort of decision is made is not something that the Bible is completely clear on. So I can see this is sometimes called the second chance theory. I can see where that is possible. I wouldn't bank on it. Basically, it's much better to be saved in this life. It's better for people living today. It's much better for the human condition to accept Jesus now. It's also a lot of it's better for the person then to know the assurance of their salvation. Why leave it to chance? So this is why I think the missionary movement is still important, even if you believe in a second chance theory. So I'm going to leave it at that. As I say, I'm not sure about whether or not there is a second chance, but the Bible doesn't exclude it either. And again, this is all based upon grace and, the grounds of salvation, which are, do you accept Jesus Christ as your Savior, as the payment for the price of sin? So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, let's see where else. And the next super chat is from Jake for $4.99. Do you think it's more accurate translation in Genesis to use the serpent or the shining one for the spirit creature that spoke to Eve? All right. Well, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate the super chat. Nakash. Let's talk about the word nakash. And this is the word that was used of the serpent. It can mean bronze. Now, the term here is nakash, meaning a bronze, a type of bronze that is polished to make a mirror. Okay? So it doesn't actually mean shining one, but it is the bronze one. Essentially, you could make a case that this is a kind of bronze that is shined up to make a mirror. But I think when we're talking about a translation, an accuracy of a translation, I think if you use shining one, you're basically using an exegesis of a translation. So to make it shining one, you're really having to take that translation of bronze and the nuance of that translation, and then use that nuance instead of the translation. I think there's a translational issue with that. I'm fond of saying is I want my translations to be translations and I want my exegesis to be exegesis, and I don't want to confuse the two. I think this confuses the two. I understand that this is something I think that would be much, much better as a footnote. This is something I think that would be great as a footnote in, say, a study Bible. Translate it as nakash, and then put a footnote that says, also could mean bronze, particularly the bronze that's used for mirrors. Okay. So I think that would be much, much better in a study Bible. But as the straight translation, I'd probably still go with serpent. Because a nakash is still also translated as a serpent. And the fact is, this is also how the New Testament translates it. Okay, so I think that I know that there's always this push to create new and different translations, and I think sometimes translation committees get a little ahead of themselves to update their translations. And oftentimes, I think it's great that they are referring to the scholarship. I think that's absolutely fantastic. They should be referring to the scholarship. But they also have to understand that there are some aspects to scholarship that aren't fully fleshed out or fully thought out either. Or at least should not be used in the context of, say, producing accurate translations. Okay? So I hope that speaks to your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Oh, I should note, too, I'm not against interpreting it that way, but I wanted to make it as an exegesis, not as a translation. So I don't think the exegesis is necessarily wrong. I just think that it's just inappropriate. And there's a difference. Okay? So thank you very much. Very much appreciate the super chat. Okay, Jake again for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you believe in eternal hell or annihilation? I believe in eternal hell. I mean, straight up, I'm going to say that. I think that annihilationism is a dangerous doctrine. I know it's gotten very, very popular these days because of, say, globalism. The fact is we are meeting all sorts of people that we like and I think are good people and can't bear the thought that they might go to hell. But it also doesn't serve the truth. I think the Bible is very, very clear on this. Sorry, Chris State, I don't buy your arguments for annihilationism one bit. I think I didn't buy those arguments when I had to deal with Fudge, who basically started this ball rolling. Meeting the man in person, and I have met Fudge in person. I'm even more convinced that that this is not viable. So I think it's basically the biblical text is pretty clear that this, that hell is pretty much without end. It's forever. It's a forever thing. And it amplifies on the foreverness. And you don't have to go that far to I mean, we encountered one verse tonight that showed that it's a forever thing, which is Isaiah 66:24. 66:24. Okay? But you can even go to the New Testament too and say, see, it's a forever thing. The book of Revelation. I think it's 19 here. I can find this quickly. Which is a 20. Just take me a moment to look this up. All right. And pull up the Bible here. Now, when it comes to the eternality of, say, new life in Christ, everyone has agreed that if you are saved in Jesus Christ, and Revelation 22:5 is an example of this. There shall be no longer any night, and they shall not have a need of the light or nor lamp of the sun, because the Lord God shall illumine them, and they shall reign forever and ever. Literally, forever the ages. Okay? Forever the ages. Nobody disagrees that new life in Christ is eternal. It is absolutely forever. Forever the ages. That's the text. But then they go to, say, Revelations 20:10. And it says, and the devil who deceived them was thrown into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are also. And they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Forever the ages. They will be tormented. This is the torment. This is the forever the ages. Without end. Forever and ever. And when I looked at, say, Fudge's arguments on this, which he basically said, I mean, he has to go to the fifth definition of aion, which is, well, a long time, just a long time. So it's not eternal, but it's a long time. Huh? What? I mean, if you're having to go to something that's qualified in this way, to the fifth definition in the lexicon, you've got 5 definitions, and you go to the fifth definition, the one that you like. Okay. Basically, a long time of long times. I mean, what? Huh? That's just playing lexicon bingo. If you find the one you like and you stick with it, it's just what. No, it's just nuts. I mean, this is the sloppiest, stupidest exegesis I've ever come across. No responsible exegete would do this. Especially since we have the parallel passages. One chapter right beside the other. It's just... It's dingbat crazy. But it is getting to where they want to go. So, no, I don't believe in annihilationism one bit. I don't buy it, because it's not something that's taught in the text. Period. Okay, so... let me tell you what I really think about this. So, there we go. Let's see here. Some comment here. Mr. Rich B.O.B. If you find 2 phrases that are the same, you better have a good reason to interpret them differently. Well, I mean, that's just it. And we're not even talking about, say, 2 phrases that are separated by different books or genres. It's the same book. It's the same book in chapters right beside each other, but the same author. No. So wrong. So wrong. Okay. Oh, you got some more here, super chat. So let's get to the next one. Our next one from Jake, again for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think the cross covers fallen angels? No, I don't. The fallen angels are in rebellion. They are in complete rebellion. The cross does not cover unrepentant rebellion. Because essentially unrepentant rebellion basically is a complete denial of trust in the finished work of Jesus Christ. Now, the angels were deceived. This is not a situation like mankind. With mankind, the woman was deceived and fell as a result of her being deceived. And that's probably the only saving grace about the Garden of Eden, the fall in the Garden of Eden, is that there was an opportunity for grace because Eve was deceived. So, because of that, there is the chance of forgiveness, grace, and restoration. In the case of the fallen angels, they don't want salvation. They don't want it. They don't want God. They've been there, done that. They don't want it. So the cross doesn't cover the fallen angels. It can't cover the fallen angels. There's just no possible way it can cover the fallen angels. So anyone that wants to, turn their back upon the cross, live in open rebellion, whether that's a human being or an angel, isn't covered by the cross. They have to be responsible for their own sins. And the angels are responsible for the fallen angels are responsible for their own sins. Just like fallen human beings are responsible for their own sins if they deny the finished work and reject the finished work of Jesus Christ. So the short answer is the cross doesn't cover them. So anyway, thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Jake for $4.99. He asked the question, what was with all the demon possessions around the time of Christ? Seemed to be increased demonic activity when he walked the earth. Well, I don't think it was so much that there was increased demonic activity. I think this is something that's always been with us. Now, we do know that demon possession is recorded in all sorts of historical records. We find it in records of Egypt. We find it in records of Mesopotamia. It's always been around. It's always been around. What's more different is during the church age, we start seeing it decline. That's really what's more interesting. Is that the more, say, Christianity sort of took root in an area, we see the decrease of demonic activity. Like, for example, during the Middle Ages, even though the Renaissance, or sorry, the Enlightenment philosophers saw the Middle Ages as a time of superstition, there was actually very little demonic activity during the Middle Ages, surprisingly. For a time of so-called superstition, very little is recorded about demonic activity. We don't actually see an uprise again until the Enlightenment period. And that's when we start seeing, again, the decline of Christianity in the West begin. So there's a whole lot there. Like, for example, also, too, in modern Africa. In the 20th century, they were building churches in Africa at like 10 per day. Africa today is more Christianized than North America. And ironically, what we're seeing is there's almost no, in the 19th century, there was a whole sorts of, especially with the dominance of animism in Africa during the 19th century, there was, if you wanted to see demon possession, you had to go to Africa. Well, that's no longer true. See very little demon possession in Africa anymore. But boy, are you seeing a resurgence of it in North America. Cardinal Francis George, had to, I think it was in 2014, had to fill the post of the exorcist of the Chicago diocese, which had been vacant for 50 years. There wasn't an exorcist in North America going back 50 years from 2014, because it had been so. Demon possession in North America had been pretty much eradicated. But with the modern apostasy of the church, we're now seeing demon possession just come back in droves. You want to see demon possession? Stay in North America. You'll see it. You'll see it eventually, because it's everywhere. We're seeing it. I don't mean this in say what's it called now? Deliverance ministries kind of way, but you see it on the streets. You see it in, say, the mental hospitals. Not everyone in a mental hospital is. They're maybe made psychotic, but there's some demon possessed people in psychiatric hospitals. So, I think that there's it's a phenomenon that's come back. But as I say though, to put your question in perspective, I don't think there was a rise during the time of Christ. I think it was just sort of the status quo during the time of Christ. And only after Christ we do see a diminishment of the phenomena. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. It's a very interesting question. Okay, another one from Jake for 499. Thank you very much for super chat. If there were other sentient beings in the universe similar to humans and bore the image of God, would sexual relations be forbidden between them? That's an odd question. I don't know how to really answer that. I don't normally get that question. And I've never really considered that question. I mean, I do get questions like, if there were sentient beings in the universe, would they be affected by sin, and would they be fallen, and would they be saved, and that sort of questions. Those are very common. I've never gotten the question of would sexual relations be forbidden. It's a Star Trek question, essentially.
And that would depend entirely on
it would depend on a lot of things. Really, it would. It would depend on how human-like they are. Really. Wow. It would depend on a lot of things, on compatible biology. It would depend upon are they in the image of God? Because if they're created in the image of God, possibly. But there's no biblical prohibition against it yet. Okay.
Is not in the image of reality.
Yeah. Would it fall under the purview of bestiality? Don't know. If it's like, for example, the Bible does forbid intercourse with an animal. Would these sentient beings be counted as beasts or animals? So it really sort of depends ultimately. Yeah, so it's a really difficult question to answer because there's so much contingencies here, so much open questions, as it were. Yeah, so that's probably the best I can answer it. It's a speculative question, and unless we got some details here, it's probably difficult to answer it. So, thank you very much for the super chat. A fascinating question, not one I really considered. Okay. Jake $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Is prayer meant only for the Father? No, it's not. Prayer, you can also pray to the Son and the Holy Spirit and the Trinity as a whole. There's nothing that prevents it from being addressed to other members of the Trinity. Now, it is sort of clear that when Christ teaches us to pray, from the Lord's Prayer, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Okay? So, we are to direct prayers to the Father. But any person of the Trinity is open to prayer. Whether that's praying, like, for example, when we pray to the Father, the Holy Spirit is there in the process. He listens to our prayers and intercedes on our behalf, because our minds are fuzzy, essentially. Our minds are woolly, okay? So the Holy Spirit knows our hearts and can translate our prayers to the Father, okay? And that's what's meant here by intercession. He's a step between where our hearts and our minds, when they can't be unified into cogent thought, the Holy Spirit takes that prayer and translates it to the Father. Okay? But this also means, too, that we can pray to the Holy Spirit. And we can also pray to the Son. He's still God. The Son is also God. And he is able to receive and to act upon our prayers. So, any of the Trinity is efficacious to pray to any person of the Trinity and to the complete triune God as well. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jake for $1.99 again asks, will we lose our ability to sin in the new heavens? We'll have no desire to sin. Essentially. It might be theoretically possible that we could sin, but we wouldn't want to. Because we're now, in the new heavens, we are conformed to the image of Christ, which allows us to be perfectly obedient. So, it might be one of those things where it's technically possible, but never actually happens in practice. And I think that's really where we're sort of we don't lose our freedom. We don't lose our freedom. But our freedom, our desire to exercise our freedom is to please the Father and to worship the Son. So, with that conformed to the image of Christ, it won't be a desire to sin. So in that respect, you would lose your desire to sin, but not necessarily, but not the ability. So we would lose, and that's sort of the difference there, is you would lose the desire to sin, but you could still theoretically do it. You don't lose the ability, just the desire. And there's no opportunity to accidentally sin. So I think it's very, very, the new heaven and the new earth, and we'll be on the new earth. Humans will be resettled on the new earth. There just won't be sin. Sin will be passed away. Because we don't have those issues anymore. Now, in hell, that's a whole different matter. Okay, they will be off doing their own thing. Okay, they may still, continue to sin. That's a possibility. But then they are met with the holiness of God too. And even they might lose the desire to sin because it's just not worth it. But that's a different matter. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay. Jake for $1.99. How lame do you think Adam's excuse is in 3:12? All right. Thank you very much for that super chat. Let's see how lame his excuse was in Genesis 3:12. All right. All right, I'll start at verse 11. And he, being God, said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree which I commanded you not to eat?" Well, yeah, he knows already that he did it. And the man said, "The woman whom thou givest me, she gave me the tree and I ate." Okay, so he throws her under the bus. Yeah.
He never forgets or forgives it.
Yeah, I don't think Eve forgave and forgot about that one either. But he throws her under the bus. Yeah, it's pretty lame. It's pretty lame. Adam was not deceived. Okay? Adam was not deceived. Eve was deceived. Adam was not deceived. Okay? He knew the command. He knew the command. He was told the command by God himself. And he was not tempted by the serpent. Okay? She gave him the fruit. He saw her pick the fruit. He probably was even there witnessing the conversation, but he was not deceived. He knew better. Yeah, this is a lame excuse. Really, really, really lame excuse. Okay. Okay. So, but yeah, that's essentially what he's doing. He's passing the blame. He's passing the blame. You know, now he's accountable because he knew he shouldn't have eaten the fruit, and now he's got to face the music. And everyone is going to be punished because of this. You know, Adam's going to get his punishment, Eve's going to get her punishment, and the serpent's going to get his punishment. So, you know, that's the consequences. But yeah, very, very lame. Okay. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, and then we got one more super chat here, and then we are going to go on to back to non-super chats. Okay, the Camilla Pard for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. So far out, this is so far out of your wheelhouse. It's probably in a different country. Yes, it is. But do you think King Arthur might have been a historical person? Okay, I will be, not being a classical historian or a early medieval historian. I'll take a shot at this. I have done some reading on this. I think he was a historical person. I think King Arthur was a historical person. Was Uther Pendragon a historical person is another question. But from what we can tell historically, King Arthur does seem to have been in that period of time that where you had a transition from the fall of the Roman Empire in England, or in Britain, to the basically Britain as a nation. So I think historians are pretty much agreed on this, that at least that there was a core person. There was a person underneath the legends of King Arthur that was a real person. So again, it's out of my wheelhouse. I'm not a historian on England by any stretch of the imagination. But you know, he probably lived in the late 5th century, you know, just after the fall of the Roman Empire. And that he had to sort of basically pick up the sword, and you know, basically tried to make a kingdom where there had been a Roman Empire. So again, I can't answer much more on this. I'm not a historian. I'm not a British archaeologist or a medieval historian, so I can't say much more than that. Well, okay, yeah. There's a lot of the sort of tales of King Arthur 2 are quite late. We also have to keep that in mind. A lot of them are poetic, of say 17th century. There are some that are earlier. I think there's some that go back to the 13th or 14th century. But most of like King Arthur and the Green Knight, I think, is one of the older of the Arthurian myths. But most of them are much, much later than the legend itself. But there was a core legend there, and historians don't deny that. Okay, we got another super chat in. Thank you very much for the super chat, Camilla Pard, and I hope you have a great new year. Okay, we got a $5 super chat here from the Photo and the Story. Awesome. Thank you very much. How does one impart stories of the Old Testament to children in a materialist, increasingly hostile, skeptical world? Great question. Ever considered a children's Bible? I mean, I don't know how old the children you're talking about. That's going to depend. But there's been I would get a children's Bible. Now, they can be expensive. The good ones can be expensive. Okay, so be prepared for some sticker shock here. As I said, the good ones are really expensive, but they have both a children's Bible will both have a big, colorful picture, and children do respond to visual learning. On the other hand, there will be a abridged version of the Bible. Okay, that's written in a way that children can understand it. And you start them off with that. And you read with them. You read with them. You're teaching your children the faith in a gradual, with ever increasing sophistication. And you keep up the family devotions. That's how you do this.
And you let them ask any question they have.
You let them ask any question they want. You let them, kick the tires on the faith. Don't be doctrinaire about the faith, but, let them kick the tires. Let them kick the tires. They have to know that this vehicle is sound and reliable. You kick the tires on a used car. Not that it does any good, but you kick the tires on a used car, and if you hear something rattle, you might think, twice about buying that car. Let them kick the tires on the car of the faith. Keep up the daily devotions. If you're off doing your own thing and your children, this is the thing. One of the big mistakes Israel made when they came into the promised land, the Israelites were commanded that the fathers were to teach the sons the faith. Now, sons here, it includes daughters as well, but that was the responsibility of the fathers. First generation of Israelites failed in that task. And this is why Israel fell into idolatry really, really quickly. Because the fathers did not teach the faith to the children. And you can't expect private schools or religious schools to do this for you. You can't expect the Sunday schools to do this for you. This is done at home. This is done at home. This is done because the father is in the family unit, the father takes sort of the place. Children get their idea of God from their fathers. So if the father is a holy man, the child will see God as holy. If the father is an angry man, the child will see God as angry. If the father is a nasty, porn-reading, salacious drunk that cheats on the mother, the kids are going to see God as untrustworthy. Okay? But I think that if the fathers are an example of God to their children, and they teach the faith to their children, that's a large hedge against children becoming materialists in this increasingly hostile, skeptical world. The other thing, too, is that we also live in an age of broken families. We live in an age of broken families. Where chances are the mother's going to get the kids. Because this is the way the courts go. That sort of situation is going to be very problematic if you want kids to be raised in the faith. Because children get their confidence from their mother, they get their idea of God from their father. If the father's not there, there's not going to be that sort of training in righteousness. There's a terrible statistic that with single, I think it was something like with single mother families, the chances of the children becoming part of the criminal justice system is like 80%. It's like really high. In the case of single father families, that's almost inverted, where it's like a 1 in 20 chance, like 5%, that the children will be involved in the criminal justice system.
And that also extends to if there is a father, one father in the entire neighborhood.
This also bleeds over into, say, neighborhoods too. If there's one father in the entire neighborhood that is good, honest, church-going man, married to his one wife, raises their child biblically, it will spill over into the entire neighborhood. So just having one father in the neighborhood like that actually brings down the crime rate of the entire neighborhood. We also see, too, that this also happens to translate over into, say, church-going. Where if, say, the mother goes to church and the dad doesn't, the chances of the kids going to church is exceptionally small. Again, like about 65% chance that the children won't go to church. If the father goes to church and the mother stays home, those kids are 90% likely to be church goers. So fathers matter. Fathers matter. And again, if you want to raise children in an increasingly hostile, skeptical world, to abide by the faith and to see God as a real being, you really need the fathers involved. Fathers have to be involved here. Just because if they're not involved, the outcomes for children are statistically very poor. Very poor indeed. Now, the whole relating stories of the Old Testament is, I think, a different matter. You can I think that, as I said, start with the children's Bible. It's a good way to introduce children to Old Testament. It's also a, don't sugarcoat it. Don't try to explain it away. Let the Old Testament just sit upon the children's minds. Frankly, here's another interesting statistic. If you read them the Jericho account where they harem the entire city, the fact is that most children will hear those stories, read them, and kind of go, so what? And so what, in the sense of that the sense of violence isn't going to affect them. It's very interesting. They've done some studies on this that say the ones who are most affected by the violence in the Old Testament are basically secular liberal people who grew up in a sort of secular liberal environment. It's a first world problem. It's essentially a first world problem. Children who are raised with this stuff repeatedly, they go, yeah, so what? It's the justice of God. Ironically, here's the ironic thing. You go to a prison population. And you read the story of Jericho to them, and they don't get it. They don't get what the fuss is about. Like, huh? What? This is violent? They accept it. They accept violence as the norm. So I think there's a lot here that is cultural. And I think if you adjust your teaching to the children so that they're affected more by the Word of God than by the culture, they're not going to stray from it. They're not going to stray from it. It's just going to be normative to them. So anyway, I hope that helped answer the question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciate it. Okay, we have another one from the Camillapard for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. In what way is Yeshua the Son of God? Is it due to submission to the Father, a royal title, both, something different? everything, anything, and everything. Okay. Wow. It's a little bit of the anything and everything thing going on here. Well, first of all, we have a declaration in, I think it's Psalm 2, where before the incarnation, so before the incarnation, the Father presents the Son to the angelic host and says, "This is my Son, today I've become a father to him." Okay? So there's a declarative aspect to the Father and to being the first person of the Trinity being the Father of the second person of the Trinity. But we also have a passage like Luke 1:35, which says where it talks about the Holy Spirit overcoming the Virgin Mary and talking about the incarnation of God, in her womb. And it says the word in the Greek is diote, means therefore, for this reason, he is the Son of God. So he is the Son through declaration. He is the Son through incarnation, because he's fully God and fully man. There's also an aspect of it being a royal title as well, being that, as well as a divine title. One of the things about being the Son of God is that, as opposed to being a son of the gods, or a son of God, is that there's this idea in kingship that the son of a king is a king. He's just the king coming up. But it's also true that the Son of God is also a God. So there's a title of divinity there as well. So it's many things. It's many things. It's a declaration. It's an incarnation. Of say the line of David with the second person of the Trinity. And it's also, say, a divine title. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, that's the last super chat. We will probably take a few more non-super chats, and we'll call it quits at around 11. So just to give you guys a heads up. So I'm going to go back, and I'm going to go take some more non-super chats. See if I can pick up where I left off here. There's Stripling. Rick Creation asks, do you know Don K. Preston, president of the Preterist Institute? No, I don't. Never met him. Sorry. I don't meet everyone. I mean, I have met a lot of theologians in my time, but he's not one of them. So anyway, thank you very much. So sorry I couldn't give you.
You did miss.
Okay, which one was Jake's that I missed?
$1.99.
Let me find Jake's here. So missed one.
You don't want to miss it.
Oh, okay. Let's see if it came up here, and if it didn't, we will. Okay, I didn't. I did legitimately miss that one. All right, Jake for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Last of my money. Good night, favorite historian. Well, good night to you too. Well, I didn't mean to drain your bank account dry. But thank you very much for your support of the channel. I'm glad I'm your favorite historian. Wow, thank you. And I hope you have a great night and a happy new year. I hope you have a better 2023 than 2022. I hope everyone does. Thank you very much for that super chat, and my producer was right. I didn't want to miss this one. So thank you so much. Again, don't miss your rent because of super chats, okay? But we do appreciate your support also. So thank you so much. Have a great night and a wonderful new year. Okay. So let's get back to now the non-super chats. Here.
No other
No other historian has a sock puppet. Absolutely. No theologian I know of has a sock puppet either. I'm the only theologian with a sock puppet.
And yet everybody knows what an empty conjecture is.
But now everyone knows what an empty conjecture is also. So it's a great learning tool. You know, I highly recommend the sock puppets. Dr. Falk will start a trend of scholars using sock puppets. We can only hope. By the way, if anyone is interested, we do have Mr. Empty Conjecture merchandise in the merch store. So, you know, hey, you know, you might want a shirt with him on, and you know, we've had a lot of people like really enjoy.
The only one that will admit it.
The only one that will admit it. Well, yes. Actually, to be honest, I had gotten the idea of a sock puppet several years ago, long before the YouTube channel. I was about to go to ETS, and I'd already gotten some indication. I was going to go to a paper given by Douglas Petrovich on the Nephilim being not only just offspring of angels, but being prehistoric men, like Neanderthals. Like, this was his view. I mean, it's a crazy view. And I was almost tempted to make a sock puppet back then, and just sort of raised it as he talked. But I thought that would be crossing the line, so I never did it. But it always sort of stuck in my mind that at some point, you know, a sock puppet might be useful. But then we started doing these popcorn reviews, and we had that crazy one from Ancient Aliens, and that's where we brought in the sock puppet, because it was so full of empty conjecture. It's like, man, you know, I need something that just sort of emphasizes how crazy this stuff is. So that's really what brought about the sock puppet, Mr. Empty Conjecture. So, and he's been more popular than I have. Man, that sock puppet has one big head on him. You know, he's an egotist. You know, so you know he's the legend of Mr. Empty Conjecture has definitely taken on a life of its own, I will say. But he does produce some pretty cool merch, I will say that. So anyway,
and our coffee cups and t-shirts are we are
yeah. So I've ordered some of the merch for myself too. So I'm going to be probably wearing some Mr. Empty Conjecture stuff, like the t-shirts and the coffee, drinking out of the coffee cup too, when I finally get it. I have heard some reports that the merch is slow to arrive. So that's not our fault. That's the fault of spring. So do be patient. It is the end of the year. So, but yeah, cool stuff. So anyway, thank you very much. We also got some more super chats in here now. Andrew Mansour here for $5 Canadian. Good to see you here tonight, friend. Hi, Doc. Your favorite cop here? Absolutely, you're my favorite cop. Long time. Has been, yeah. Thoughts on the blasphemous Talmud and what they say about Christ and the Virgin Mary? Happy New Year. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, pretty blasphemous. Basically, in the first few centuries, there was a rumor that the rabbinic Jews were floating that Mary had extramarital relations with a Roman soldier, and that Christ was the offspring of that Roman soldier. So yeah, pretty blasphemous stuff. But then again, too, all I can say as well is that the Talmud is a very unreliable source for history. I mean, if you're taking your history out of the Talmud, that you need your head examined. The Talmud does record some myths and stories and rumors that floated around, but it's not a good source of history. I would never use it for history. So yeah, I have some. I don't like the Talmud as a source of history. I think it's very poor in that respect. So anyway, thank you very much for this super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope you have a happy new year. And we'll be hopefully seeing you around for Coptic Christmas as well. So anyway, have a great new year, and thank you very much for the super chat. Okay, William King for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. When it comes to the archaeological evidence for the Exodus, would we be able to find or have found things like kneading bowls, Egyptian weapons, jewelry in the ground after the event? Okay. We do find we don't find kneading bowls, okay? Not so much. The archaeological evidence that we do find is mostly confined to the area of Avaris, which was a very large Semitic city that was abandoned around, say, the mid-19th dynasty. And that's where we sort of peg the Exodus at. Now, at Avaris, we do find kneading bowls. We do find bread bowls. Now, bread bowls are not the same as kneading bowls. Now, what passes as a bread bowl in Semitic culture is better known as a kneading bowl in Egyptian culture, because bread bowls serve a different function in Egyptian culture. Basically, Egyptians kneaded bread in a bowl and then put the bread dough into these tube-like bread bowls, and they're sort of stacked in an oven and baked upright, kind of like they honeycomb them in. And then they just would smash the bowl and eat the bread. Okay? And we do find evidence of those bread bowls in Egypt.
They look like English.
Yeah, so that's a good way. So when it's sliced, and I don't think they sliced their bread, by the way. They just more tore it apart. But if you did slice it, it would look like English muffins, because it's big, tall cylinders. So we do find evidence of that. We also do find evidence of weapons and jewelry in the ground from burials that took place, Semitic burials that took place at Avaris. So, yeah, there's actually a fair amount of Semitic evidence at Avaris. We also find faunal remains as well at Avaris. For example, they ate a lot of sheep and goats. They didn't eat pig. That's very interesting. That thing is exceptionally interesting, because the prohibition of eating pig is generally an Egyptian custom. But when we look at, say, Israelite villages of the 13th century, 12th, 13th century in Israel, we start seeing that what separates, say, Canaanite culture from, say, Israelite culture is that the Canaanites ate pig. The Israelites didn't. So we do find things like kneading bowls, not so much Egyptian weapons. We do find it from, say, the Hyksos period. We do find stuff like knives, axe heads, that sort of thing. So this does tend to be much more along the lines of, say during their sojourn there, during, say, the 17th through to the 16th centuries BC. So yeah, we got evidence. We got evidence and of Semitic culture in Egypt at the time of the Exodus and preceding it, long preceding it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that answered your question. Very much appreciated. Okay, more non-super chats. Oh wait, we got one more. From BC for $5 Australian. Why would the Talmud bother blaspheming Christ if he never existed? Well,
Atheists spend so much time on it.
well, you know, I think that's sort of that's an interesting question. I mean, you can blaspheme without thinking something existed. Okay, so atheists do this all the time. They will blaspheme Christ and they don't think he existed too. Okay, so, but however, the Talmud more or less admits that Christ existed. They just assign a different parentage and blaspheme him in other ways. So it's a very interesting tension here between admitting he existed and blaspheming him nonetheless. So yeah, I mean it's very interesting that the Talmud admits Christ existed. Because, let's face it, you can't say that Mary had illicit relations with a Roman soldier if she didn't exist and Christ didn't exist. So yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense at all. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. But it's sort of the tension there. There's an inconsistency if they claim he didn't exist. But from what I can tell, most Jewish rabbis will claim that Christ didn't exist, but that he wasn't their Messiah. That's what most Jewish rabbis will say. Very few Jewish rabbis will admit that Christ didn't exist. Most will say that he did exist, but he wasn't their Messiah. And he wasn't the Messiah of the Bible. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. So back to the non-super chats here. Okay, I'll take this one from Kurt F. He says, "Good evening, Dr. Falk and Kiara. Happy New Year to you both." Well, Happy New Year to you too. Dr. Falk, who is the earliest biblical figure and or character that has either been historically or archaeologically attested or verified? That would probably be Terah of Urkesh, also known as Terah of Ur. Okay, Abraham's father. He is attested in 5 Mari letters that he sent to the king of Mari. Okay, and I think that this is one of the best attestations we have for a Old Testament figure. And the biography is pretty much 1-to-1. He's basically ruler at Urkesh. He is ousted by his people after the death of his son. There's some riot going on there, and his son dies. And he moves to Haran. He moves to Syria. So we have a 1-to-1 comparison between what we know about the historical Terah and through his letters and the biblical account. So he's the oldest attestation of a figure we have from the Bible, extra biblical, that we can really sort of nail down. So he's the oldest. He's the oldest with extra biblical attestation. Now, Amraphel Shinar will probably be next because of his connection to Hammurabi. And then we start getting into sort of more attested figures like, say, Ramses, that's mentioned in Exodus chapter 1. But that's sort of Terah is our oldest extra biblically attested source or extra biblical person. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate the question. Okay. And a super chat from Historical Strategy Gaming for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you believe that the T-Rex existed? Laugh out loud. This is a reference to my Twitter debate with a young Earth creationist. Sorry for the out-of-field question. Yeah, Historical Strategy Gaming told me about this on my Discord server. Yes, we have a Discord server. If anyone is interested in, having fellowship offline, I don't take questions on the Discord server, but I do respond on my Discord server. So I'm there on the Discord server. We'll chat, have a good time. So that's more of a way for me to get away from questions. But So I would invite everyone here, if they want to join the Discord server, please do. The link's in the description. Okay. And he was telling me on the Discord server how he was talking to a young Earth creationist, an American young Earth creationist, by the way, that he didn't believe that T-Rex existed, that he believed that he had read some article on Answers in Genesis that the T-Rex had been cobbled together from the bones of many individual dinosaurs, so that there was no real T-Rex. You do get some strange articles from the Answers of Genesis website. I will say this, though. I will say this about the Answers in Genesis articles. Their older ones are more crazy than their more recent ones. I think they're trying. They're still got problems. They're a very, very problematic organization in some of what they believe, but they're also trying to clean house too. I've heard. I've had some talks with them. And they are trying to become more rigorous. They will come to me sometimes and they'll ask me questions on occasion, and I think they are trying to make their position more consistent, more rigorous. It's difficult. It's very, very difficult for them because of some of their underlying presuppositions, their hermeneutic, particularly. Recreation just added here. They like dinosaurs but don't like pyramids. Yeah. Pyramids is a very difficult thing for them. Also, a late Exodus date is very difficult for them also. Because it places the flood hundreds of years after the pyramids. So, I do think that they've got some issues that they need to work out. I think they're taking baby steps in that direction. They try to avoid the question of pyramids whenever possible. They got some pat answers for dinosaurs. They haven't worked out the whole pyramid thing yet. At least not to most people's at least not to an objective observer's satisfaction. As I've said in the past, I don't think young Earth creationism is completely bankrupt. I don't take a strong stand against young Earth creationism. I think there are some versions of young Earth creationism that are more viable than others. But I think the particular strain of young Earth creationism that Answers in Genesis does follow, which is American young Earth creationism, I think that that has some deep-seated problems. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I did catch that question, even though it doesn't have a Q and a colon in front of it. Can you explain their pyramid issue? Yeah, sure. It comes down to the way they calculate chronology. They take the readings of Genesis 11 and 5 as, say, literal readings of chronology. They don't take the clan view. They take the view that you can basically add up the numbers and come up with a date for the flood and for creation itself. Now the problem is, when you do that for the flood, it turns out that the flood is about 2350 BC. If you take the numbers in the Masoretic text. If you take the numbers in the Septuagint, it comes out to 3500 BC. Okay. Neither one of these numbers is actually very good. In the case of 3500 BC, it puts the flood during the Nagata II period, where we have a vibrant civilization in Egypt. In the case of the 2350 date, which is more common among American young Earth creationists, that puts it at the time of the building of the Great Pyramid of Khufu. It'd be very, very hard to build a Great Pyramid when you're trying to keep your head above water. So, this is a big problem. This is a big problem, and the late Exodus date will put that 200 years even later. So it will move that flood date from 2350 to 2150, right in the middle of Egypt's civil war. So this is a problem that makes young Earth creationists very uncomfortable, because it puts the flood in the middle of recorded history. And that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Even if you take, say, the Nagata II period flood of, say, 3350 BC, you're still in problems. You're still in deep, deep problems, because you got villages all over the place and continuity of civilization. So now I think the matter could be solved by a clan reading of Genesis 5 and 11, in which case those ages could be a lot longer than even 300. Those can be tens of thousands of years. So, that's going to change matters dramatically if you take a clan reading of Genesis 5 and 11 versus, say, a literal chronological reading of it. So, that's the pyramid problem. It's probably the most vexing problem for American young Earth creationism, by a long shot. They don't have a good answer for this. They don't have a good answer at all for this. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. We'll move on now to some more non-superchats. Okay, let's look here for more non-super chats here. Oh, we had a super chat. Sorry, I almost missed it. What about it? All right, the Camelpard. For $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. We don't want to miss that. Who are Azrael and Abaddon? Are they actually angels? Ooh. There's a long history between both of those two. Okay. Azrael was seen as sort of a goat demon. Okay. And we're not exactly sure what the origins of Azrael is. It's mentioned in the Pentateuch as people having worshipped a goat. It later on takes on the sort of the idea of the scapegoat. But it's also sort of the idea of being goat demons. So that's sort of the origins of Azrael. And I think it's one of those things that sort of changes over time, from basically just the scapegoat to the worshipping of goat demons to that idea that it's elevated to a specific name for a demon. So that, I think, is sort of the history in a nutshell of Azrael. Now, Abaddon. It comes from a Hebrew word meaning destroyer. Okay. It does seem that they are, again, it looks like a job title more than a name. But we don't know exactly what the metaphysical basis is of Abaddon. He is referenced in the Book of Revelation as leading the demons out of the pit, the bottomless pit. Is this a specific arch devil? Is this a specific fallen angel? Is this some other type of being? We do have to remember that angels aren't the only beings out there. You know, there's a whole flora and fauna of, or at least fauna, of angelic beings, of divine beings out there.
All that is seen and unseen.
All that is seen and unseen. Yeah. We don't know if Abaddon is an angel, if he's a principality, if he's a power in high places. We don't know what he is. We don't know if he's a watcher. We have no idea what he is. Okay? The Bible doesn't tell us what he is. But he could be any sort of say, high-level divine being. Okay? So that's about the best, and we can describe it. He is a leader. He is a leader among the demonic forces. That's about all we know. He is not Satan himself. Okay, that much we know. And the reason why is because Satan wasn't confined. He's not confined. There's for example, when angels are sent to the bottomless pit, it's really more of a holding cell for demons that act up. Now, what constitutes acting up? Acting up being that they've been possessed by someone and they have been driven out by in the name of Jesus Christ. You know, where they sort of there's a line that demons can cross where they get a summary judgment. And that line is essentially that you know, they're sort of permitted to possess people until they get caught. There's also some physical limits to what they're permitted to do as well. They're all these demonic powers are operating under the good graces of what God will tolerate. And those that go sort of beyond that are then sent to the bottomless pit for holding, essentially. The bottomless pit is essentially the demonic version of the Hades compartment of Sheol, until they're released for that final time, and then they get their final judgment in the lake of fire. Okay? Satan, Lucifer, whatever you want to call him, has not actually been put into that bottomless pit yet. Okay? He will be put there. He will spend some time there, but he's not there right now, because he hasn't crossed that line. But other angels and demonic powers have crossed that line. And they get sent to him, that bottomless pit, and Abaddon is one of those who's in that temporary holding. So we know that Abaddon isn't Satan, but he's a big baddie too. He's a big baddie as well. A defeated baddie, because Christ has secured the victory. They've lost. They know they've lost. They're just buying their time. Okay. I'm going to take this follow-up here from Creation, because I think this one works. This is worth commenting on. Abaddon Polyon, I think, is the pale horse in Revelation, is talking about destruction and death. No, I'm going to disagree with this one here. The pale horse in Revelation, all the horses of the four horsemen, they're cherubim. They're cherubim. We see them actually in the Old Testament. Let me pull this out here. This is a very interesting piece of Zechariah. What? I have no idea. But if he gets out of line, stamp on him. Okay? Okay. Zechariah here. I'm just going to pull this one up here. And you will see something very interesting here. Zechariah chapter 1. Okay. Let's start at verse 7 here. On the 24th day of the 11th month, which is the month of Shabbat, on the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to the Zechariah the prophet, son of Berechiah, son of Iddo, as follows. I saw at night, and behold, a man was riding a red horse, and he was standing among the myrtle trees, which were in the ravine, with red, sorrel, and white horses behind him. Okay, there's your pale, there's your white horse. Okay. And then he said, My Lord, what are these? And the angel who was speaking with him said, I will show you what these are. And the man who was standing among the myrtle trees answered and said, These are those whom the Lord has sent to patrol the earth. So they answered the angel of the Lord who was standing among the myrtle trees and said, We have patrolled the earth, and behold, all the earth is peaceful and quiet. Then the angel of the Lord answered and said, O Lord of hosts, how long wilt thou have no compassion for Jerusalem and the cities of Judah, which thou hast been indignant these 70 years? And the Lord answered the angel who was speaking with me with the gracious words and comforting words. So the angel who was speaking said to me, Proclaim, saying, Thus says the Lord of hosts, I am exceedingly jealous for Jerusalem and Zion. But I am angry with the nations who are at ease, for while I was only a little angry, they furthered the disaster. So essentially what we see in the book of Zechariah is these angelic beings on, at least figurative, horses. They are sent out to exact the judgment of God. So they're angelic servants. Now, whether or not they're demons, basically kind of like basically voluntary, demons who are volunteering for service to the Lord is another question. But Abaddon and Apollyon are not the pale horse. They're not the pale horse. The pale horse, all the four horsemen, they're essentially cherubim. They're essentially cherubim to exact God's judgment. And they're agents. They're agents of heaven. And if we search even further here for horse, let's see. But this is we find this in Zechariah. If there's any more here that we can get out of that, glean out of that. See it again in 6 here. Okay. So we see in Zechariah chapter 6, we also see this. Now, I lifted up my eyes and looked, and behold, 4 chariots were coming forth between 2 mountains, and the mountains were a blaze of fire. First chariot were red horses, second chariot black horses, the third chariot white horses, and the fourth chariot the strong dappled horse. Okay, marked horse. Okay. Then I spoke to the angel and said, "What are these, my lord?" The angel said to me, "These are the 4 spirits of heaven, going forth after standing before the Lord of all the earth. One of which, the black horse, is going to the north country, the white one's going forth after them, while the dappled ones goes to the south country." Okay, so this is what we have in Zechariah, is that these 4 horses, these 4 colored horses, now the dappled is the pale, they're going out to basically create war, to create famine, to create pestilence, to create chaos, and basically verse 8 here, he cried out to me and spoke to me, "See, those are the going to the land of the north, have appeased my wrath in the land of the north," etc. So they are servants of heaven. They are servants of heaven, and they're cherubim, essentially. And you see the cherubim description in the book of Revelation. So anyway, I hope that explains it. So, back to some non-super chats, and we're going to take a couple more, and then we're going to call it a night. Okay, now Barry Axeblade. Honey? Oh. We don't actually appreciate that kind of language on our did that get blocked and I didn't see it? I had a profanity on. Okay, go down.
And how I was okay.
Okay. Just hold on a second. I want to make sure I've got this right. Because I got a probably whitish in color. Where's the whitish in color? Interesting. I got a text here from him that is not showing up in the live stream. Okay, guys. Just to be clear, please keep the live chat clean. Okay? No profanities, please. So, I can't see it in the live stream per se, but it is in my Twidget thing. Okay, so just keep the profanities at a minimum. Okay, that's all I'm asking. Okay, so we'll just call it at that. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Leave it at a warning. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to take a couple more non-super chats and then call it a night. It might have even gotten automatically filtered too. It might have been automatically filtered. So that's why we probably didn't see it, is because he used the F-bomb. Yeah, that probably got automatically filtered. So we do have some profanity filtering in place here, so it's probably got caught by that. So don't worry about it. No, if no one else sees it, that's fine. Okay, back to the non-super chats. Let's see here what we got. Okay. Warrior of the Most High. Who will be Popcorn's next target? Give some clues. By the way, I think Popcorn Videos should have a logo in ancient Egypt inside a cartouche. You know, we tried to design that, but we couldn't get really a compelling logo out of it. I did try. I mean, my first drafts of the channel logo were were popcorn inside of a cartouche, but it just didn't work out. It wasn't gripping. But we may do some artwork for, say, for merch that does include the popcorn, because popcorn is an important part of this channel. Now, who will be the popcorn's next target? We can't say. The popcorn keeps its secrets, okay? But the popcorn has decided, has chosen a target. There will be a popcorn review in January. Okay, so keep your eyes open for that. You'll be at a week's notice of it coming, and absolutely, the popcorn's coming back, because the popcorn's restless. The popcorn's restless, and it's ready. Okay. So, with that said, that's all I'm going to say about the popcorn review. Okay, I'm going to take one more non-super chat here, and then I am going to call it a night, because we have been going on 4 hours. Try to take one from a little later. I'm going to go back in time here.
He said, don't forget the last super.
There's a last super chat. Let's see. Oh, yes, there is. Let's not forget that. Yes, Jack Ray's. $50, very, very generous super chat from Jack Ray. Thank you so much for the super chat. Wow. Again, thank you for your wonderful support of our channel. Very much appreciate it. It really does help advance the work. We really, really appreciate this. Your support has been just phenomenal. And I mean, we appreciate every super chat, but you've been really a champion for this channel, and we do so much appreciate it. And we consider you a great, great friend of the channel. So absolutely, we did not want to let this go by without suitable thanks. So thank you very much, and we really, really do appreciate your help. Okay. And again, we're going to do one more non-super chat, and then we will call it a night here. So I've been so looking at the non-super chats here that okay, I'm going to take this one here. A last one from, unless I see something. Let's see at the very end here. Wait, I'm actually going to take this one here. Oh, okay. We got another non-super chat from Gabriel for $50. Thank you very much. And he says, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, too. Wow, I'm looking forward to this new year being over. Said I wasn't joking when I said it was the year of the dead hard drive. It was terrible. Just terrible. You know, losing 4 hard drives in 1 year. 2 at the same time. That was kind of odd. Okay. So, yeah, I'm hoping 2023 will be a better year. And I hope you have a great new year. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And thank you for your support. So wonderful to have you here tonight. Okay. This will be probably our last non-super chat of the night from Bonbon. And he says, Dr. Falk, can you please give some examples of where you think the Talmud is not historically accurate? And how should a Jew approach this and reconcile it? Okay. Here's one of the big examples, which is the, like, for example, in the Seder Olam Rabbah, where it talks about the Persian period being only 50 years. Now, the Persian period was 250 years, not 50 years. So when people do chronologies out of the Talmud, you're not going to get a historically accurate result. Okay, you're not going to get a historically accurate result. And this led to, there are several chronological pieces within, say, the Talmud that are done for more religious reasons than they are done for historical reasons. So the Talmud is not primarily a work of history. It's primarily a work of oral tradition. So its purpose in recording the writings is, say, different than, say, a historical work. Thus, you also find in the Talmud contradictory accounts. You find contradictory accounts, like, for example, location of the Ark of the Covenant. You know, there's 2 accounts of the Ark of the Covenant, what became of it in the Talmud. One states that it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. The other states that it is under the temple, hidden in a cave under the Temple Mount. Obviously, both of those accounts can't be correct at the same time. Now, given that the Talmud includes oral tradition, legends, oral teachings, not all those oral teachings are exactly clear either. Talmud can be very, very difficult to decipher. How I would approach it, and I, as a Jew, how should a Jew approach this and reconcile it? It should be, I think the best way to approach Talmud is understand its oral teaching. It's an attempt, a very late attempt. Okay, the first writings of the Talmud are in the 2nd century AD, and they continue to write down those oral traditions until the 6th century AD. So the Talmud has a long history. It has a long history that are as far removed from the actual events it's trying to talk about. So, I would really suggest that one approach the Talmud in that sort of respect, that it's a chronicle, it's a sort of a kitchen sink. They're trying to include everything that was an oral teaching. Okay, they're trying to preserve all the oral teachings, good, bad, ugly. So approach it on that level. Approach it on that level that it's not history, it's not authoritative, it's consultative. Okay, It's trying to throw in its 2 cents here. You got scripture that's authoritative. You got Talmud that's consultative. Jewish tradition has never, while sometimes they use Talmud authoritatively, better scholarship realizes that it's sort of an opinion, and oftentimes contradictory opinions of various sages in the Talmud. So keep that in mind when you read the Talmud. That there's an opinion, various opinions in there. They conflict, they argue, they debate, and each rabbi has his own views. So treat it more like commentary. Treat it more like commentary than authoritative scripture. Than God get word of than something that was given by the word of God. Okay? So I think that's the best way for a Jew to approach this, is to view it like a commentary. And I think responsible modern scholarship takes that approach now, which is, for the most part, which is that the Talmud is not in any way authoritative, but it is like a commentary, an ancient commentary. So anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. It's a worthy question to ask. Okay. So that wraps up our final non-super chat, and we have been going for a little over 4 hours now. So we are going to call it a night here. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. I want to wish, thank everyone who contributed to Super Chat. You guys do keep food on our table, and we do very, very much appreciate that. I want to really thank the Patreon supporters who helped us pay for new hard drives for our broken NAS. We could not fix this without your guys' help. We so appreciate the Patreon supporters, because they repair the broken equipment, and when it breaks, a break like that is expensive. So I want to really thank and just laud praise upon our selfless Patreon supporters who just really have been helping us through really tough equipment repairs. I also want to thank our regular subscribers and people who leave comments on our videos. You guys, help promote our videos. And if you like a video of ours, feel free to post the link to other social media. That brings more attention to the channel, and that brings more subscribers. And so anyway, with that said, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. It was a great night. Some great questions, some tough questions tonight. So I really enjoyed having you guys here with us tonight, and we really appreciated it. Thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Have a great New Year's, and enjoy the season. Happy New Year, everyone.